Good evening, pals, and welcome back. In the last video, we've dived into Iran's long history, beginning with the earliest communities of the plateau and following the rise of the Medes and Persians. We watched Cyrus create an empire, Darius organize it, and Xerxes carry its armies toward Greece. By the end of our journey, Alexander had entered Persepolis, the Achaemenid dynasty had fallen, and a new age had begun. Tonight, we will continue from that quiet and uncertain moment. First, as always, tell me if you had a perfect nap last night and where you are listening from tonight. Make yourself comfortable, let the day grow a little more distant, and allow the ancient roads of Iran to open before us once again. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you really like the videos. Our story resumes in Babylon, where Alexander's sudden death left an empire without a clear heir and thousands of officials waiting to learn who would rule them next. The Greeks who stayed. Alexander died in Babylon in 323 BCE, far from the Macedonian homeland where his journey had begun. He was still a young man, and the empire he left behind stretched across an enormous distance. It reached from the eastern Mediterranean to the mountains and plains beyond Iran, yet it had no clear adult heir who could immediately take control. For the officials gathered around his final bed, the question of succession could not be avoided. Alexander's half-brother, Philip Arrhidaeus, had a claim through the royal family, though he was not considered capable of ruling independently. Alexander's wife Roxana was pregnant, and the child she carried might become another possible heir. In the meantime, the generals who had commanded the Macedonian army began arguing over how the empire should be governed. At first, they spoke of preserving Alexander's achievement. In practice, each commander sought control over the regions closest to his own army and supporters. The empire began to divide. One general took authority in Egypt, another gained influence in Anatolia. Others controlled parts of Mesopotamia and the Iranian plateau. These arrangements changed repeatedly because the men involved did not trust one another, and no single ruler possessed enough strength to replace Alexander immediately. For the people living in Iran, the uncertainty at the top did not mean that ordinary life stopped. Farmers still depended upon seasonal water. Merchants continued moving between cities whenever the roads remained safe. Local administrators preserved tax records, and temple communities carried out ceremonies that had existed before the Macedonians arrived. The names written at the top of official documents changed more quickly than the routines beneath them. Among the commanders competing for power was Seleucus. He had served under Alexander and later gained control of Babylon. His position was not secure at first. Rival generals forced him to flee, but he returned with military support and gradually rebuilt his authority. From Babylon, Seleucus extended control eastward into the former Persian provinces. The kingdom he established became known as the Seleucid Empire. It inherited much of the territory that had once belonged to the Achaemenid kings, though its political center was different. The Seleucid rulers were Macedonian by origin and used Greek as the main language of their court. Their cities followed many Greek institutions, and their coins carried royal portraits in a style familiar throughout the Hellenistic world. Yet they governed lands whose traditions were far older than Macedon. The challenge facing Seleucus resembled the one Alexander had begun to understand near the end of his life. A foreign dynasty could not rule Iran by relying only on soldiers brought from the West. The distances were too great, and the population was too diverse. The new kings needed the help of local officials. They also needed roads, tax systems, and provincial arrangements that had survived from Achaemenid times. Much of the old machinery of empire, therefore, remained in use. Governors continued supervising regions from established administrative centers. Scribes prepared documents in languages understood locally, while tax collectors relied on records and customs that had developed over generations. The new rulers changed the highest level of government, but they did not rebuild the entire state from the beginning. Seleucus founded or enlarged a number of cities across his realm. These settlements often received Greek or Macedonian colonists, including soldiers who had completed their service. A new city gave such men land and a familiar political community. It also provided the king with a loyal center along an important road or near a strategic frontier. Many of these cities were designed with broad streets crossing in a regular pattern. Public buildings stood near a central marketplace, and temples honored Greek gods. Gymnasiums served as places of education and social life for Greek-speaking citizens. To a traveler from the Aegean, these cities might have felt reassuringly familiar. Beyond the walls, however, the landscape remained Iranian. Villages followed older agricultural customs. Local families spoke languages that had developed on the plateau, and religious traditions continued around firewater and sacred places. The people who lived outside the cities did not suddenly become Greek because a Macedonian king had founded a settlement nearby. Even within the new cities, cultural boundaries were not absolute. Trade brought different communities together. Local craftsmen worked for Greek-speaking customers, while colonists purchased grain and animals from surrounding villages. Children grew up hearing more than one language in markets and along busy roads. Over time, clothing and food reflected this contact. A Greek official might adopt garments better suited to the local climate. An Iranian noble might use Greek coins or commission art influenced by Western styles. These changes did not require either person to abandon his own identity. The result was not a simple replacement of Persian culture by Greek culture. It was a slow process of exchange. The royal court itself reflected this mixture. Seleucid kings used Greek titles and surrounded themselves with Macedonian military traditions. They also adopted some customs associated with older Near Eastern kingship. Their authority was expressed through ceremony, royal generosity, and control of large territories. In Babylon, the kings presented themselves in ways that local priests could recognize. They supported temples and participated in established religious practices, understanding that cooperation with powerful institutions made government more stable. The same practical approach appeared in Iranian regions. Local elites who accepted Seleucid rule could retain wealth and influence. Their knowledge of land taxation and family networks made them difficult to replace. The court therefore depended upon men whose roots reached back into the Achaemenid period. For those families, service under a new dynasty offered continuity. A nobleman who had once served a Persian king might now advise a Macedonian governor. His household could preserve Iranian traditions while using Greek in official business. His children might learn to move comfortably between both worlds. This ability to adapt became one of the reasons Iranian society survived foreign conquest so well. The old royal capital of Persepolis never fully recovered its former role. The fire associated with Alexander had damaged parts of the complex, and the Seleucid rulers did not make it the center of their state. Even so, the Persian homeland remained important. Local religious practices continued, and memories of the Achaemenid kings survived among families connected to the region. Stone reliefs still stood on the terrace, showing delegations approaching a ruler whose dynasty no longer existed. Travelers could walk among those remains and see evidence of an earlier political order. The Seleucid kings had conquered the territory of Persia, but they could not erase its memory. Farther north and east, their control was less secure. The empire was too large for every region to remain equally connected to the court. A royal order issued in western Syria took time to reach distant provinces. Governors on the frontier often had to make decisions without waiting for instructions. This distance created opportunities for independence. In Bactria, a wealthy region beyond the Iranian plateau, Greek-speaking governors eventually broke away and formed their own kingdom. Their cities preserved many Hellenistic traditions, yet they stood far from the main Seleucid court. Elsewhere, Iranian groups watched the weakening of central power. Among them were the Parni, a nomadic people connected to the wider world of the steppe. They moved through the lands east of the Caspian Sea, where seasonal pasture and long-distance travel remained central to life. Their leader, Arsaces, began taking control of territory in the northeastern region known as Parthia. At first, the movement may have appeared small. The Seleucid Empire still controlled great cities and commanded substantial armies. A distant rebellion near the frontier did not seem likely to threaten the entire kingdom. Yet frontier movements often began quietly. Arsaces established a ruling family and gained support among local communities. His followers understood mounted warfare and could move quickly across open country. They were difficult to defeat permanently because they did not depend upon a single city. The early Parthian state grew in a region where Seleucid authority had already become uncertain. Local leaders who had little confidence in distant governors found new opportunities under Arsaces. Iranian traditions gave the dynasty a connection to the land that the Macedonian court could never fully claim. The Seleucid kings attempted to recover these eastern provinces. At times, they succeeded temporarily. A strong ruler could lead an army into the region and force local submission. Once the royal troops withdrew, however, the old problem returned. Distance weakened control. The Seleucid Empire also faced pressure in the west. Wars with the Ptolemaic Kingdom of Egypt consumed resources and attention. Dynastic disputes divided the royal family, while campaigns in Anatolia drew the court away from Iran. Every conflict required money and soldiers. Provincial governors gained more responsibility, and some grew accustomed to acting independently. Local rulers understood that the empire could not respond everywhere at once. For ordinary people, these political changes unfolded slowly. A village might pay taxes first to a Seleucid official and later to a local ruler associated with the Parthians. The collector changed, but the land still required the same care. Irrigation channels had to be cleared and grain had to be stored before winter. Merchants paid close attention to political control because safety along the roads mattered to their livelihoods. A stable ruler could protect caravans and punish theft. A disputed frontier brought uncertainty, delays, and higher costs. Trade nevertheless continued. Iran stood between the Mediterranean world and the lands of Central Asia. Goods traveled along routes that crossed mountains and dry plains. Horses from the east reached western markets, while metalwork and textiles moved in the opposite direction. The Seleucid period increased contact between these regions. Greek-speaking merchants could travel farther east than earlier generations, while Iranian products entered markets shaped by the Hellenistic world. Artistic ideas traveled with them. Sculptors began combining Greek approaches to the human body with local clothing and religious symbols. Coins showed rulers in Greek style, though they circulated among people who spoke many languages. Architecture also reflected exchange. Columns and decorative forms influenced by Greek building appeared beside older traditions of mud, brick, and monumental terraces. In some places, temples were redesigned. In others, local religious spaces continued with little visible change. The spread of Greek culture was strongest in cities connected to the court. In the countryside, older customs remained more deeply rooted. This difference created two overlapping worlds. Urban officials might conduct business in Greek, while villagers nearby preserved Iranian speech and ritual. A person moving between them learned to adjust according to place. The Seleucid kings understood the value of this flexibility, but they never achieved the same level of emotional connection with the Iranian heartland that the Achaemenid dynasty had possessed. Their legitimacy rested on conquest and royal inheritance from Alexander's generals. For many Iranians, they remained rulers from outside. This did not produce constant rebellion. Most people could live under a foreign dynasty if taxes remained manageable and local life was protected. Loyalty in the ancient world was often practical. When the government offered stability, communities cooperated. When it weakened, alternatives became attractive. By the middle of the 3rd century BCE, the Parthian kingdom had become one of those alternatives. The dynasty founded by Arsaces presented itself as Iranian, though it was also shaped by contact with steppe traditions and the Hellenistic world. Its rulers used Greek on early coins because that language was widely understood in trade and government. They did not reject everything the Seleucids had introduced. Instead, they selected what was useful. This pattern would become familiar throughout Iranian history. New rulers borrowed administrative methods, artistic forms, and court ceremonies without allowing those borrowings to erase older identity. The Seleucid period therefore occupies an unusual place in the story of Iran. It brought Greek settlers new cities and stronger contact with the Mediterranean. It changed the visual language of coins and monuments. It also connected distant regions through a shared Hellenistic political world. Yet, beneath those changes, Iranian society remained remarkably continuous. Families preserved local languages. Priests maintained sacred traditions, and village life continued around water and harvest. Noble households adapted to new rulers without forgetting their own ancestry. The Greeks stayed, but they did not replace Persia. Over time, many became part of the landscape they had once arrived to govern. Their descendants spoke local languages, married into regional families, and lived in cities where several cultures existed side by side. Meanwhile, the dynasty of Arsaces continued growing in the northeast. Its riders moved across open country with a confidence shaped by generations of pastoral life. Local governors began treating them not as temporary raiders, but as rulers capable of holding territory. The Seleucids still possessed wealth and influence, yet their grip on Iran was loosening. A new Iranian kingdom was forming beyond the reach of the Western court. It would soon expand toward Media and Mesopotamia, bringing the plateau back under rulers who emerged from within its own world. The next chapter would belong to the Parthians. The Parthians return Iran to Iranian rule. Good evening, pals, and welcome back. Tonight, our journey returns to the northeastern edge of the Iranian world, where a small group of mounted warriors had begun building a kingdom beyond the comfortable reach of the Seleucid court. Their rise would be gradual, and for many years they would appear to be only one more frontier power among several. In time, however, their dynasty would bring much of Iran under Iranian rule again and create an empire that stood between Rome, Central Asia, and the trading routes of the East. The dynasty began with Arsaces, the leader whose name would later become a royal title used by Parthian kings. He emerged in the 3rd century BCE, when Seleucid authority in the eastern provinces had started to weaken. The region of Parthia lay south and east of the Caspian Sea. Its landscape included dry plains, low hills, and routes leading toward Central Asia. Settlements were scattered across a country where water remained limited, while pastoral groups moved between seasonal grazing lands. This environment favored mobility. Arsaces and his followers came from a world in which the horse was central to travel, wealth, and warfare. A mounted group could move across open country more quickly than a large infantry army. It could avoid an unfavorable battle and return when conditions had changed. At first, Arsaces controlled only a modest territory. He did not possess the great cities or treasuries of the Seleucid kings. His strength came instead from local support and from the difficulty that distant rulers faced when attempting to remove him. A Seleucid army might enter Parthia and force the new dynasty to withdraw. Once the army returned west, Arsaces or his successors could reappear among communities that knew the land and preferred a nearby ruler to an official sent from far away. The early Parthian kings therefore survived through patience. They did not expand continuously, and their victories were often followed by setbacks. Their kingdom endured because it could bend under pressure without disappearing. The rulers who followed Arsaces continued using his name as a sign of dynastic continuity. Even when an individual king had another personal name, official tradition connected him to the founder. This helped a young kingdom create the appearance of permanence. Early Parthian coins show how carefully the dynasty balanced different cultural worlds. The king appeared in Iranian clothing, often wearing a soft cap associated with the peoples of the Northeast. Greek letters identified him because Greek remained useful in administration and trade. The Parthians did not attempt to remove every trace of Seleucid influence. They adopted practices that served them while gradually creating a court of their own. For many decades, the kingdom remained concentrated in the northeast. A major transformation came under Mithridates I, who ruled during the 2nd century BCE. Mithridates expanded westward at a time when the Seleucid Empire was troubled by dynastic disputes. Its kings were also distracted by conflicts closer to the Mediterranean. The eastern provinces could no longer rely upon regular support from the center. Parthian forces entered Media, one of the most important regions of western Iran. Control of Media gave the dynasty access to mountain routes and brought it closer to Mesopotamia. The conquest carried symbolic importance as well. Media had once formed the center of the first great Iranian kingdom. By taking it, the Parthians moved beyond their frontier origins and entered the older political heartland of Iran. Mithridates then advanced into Mesopotamia. Cities there had lived under many rulers, and their inhabitants were accustomed to political change. Babylonian scribes continued recording business and temple affairs, even as royal dynasties came and went. Parthian rule did not bring a complete break with this administrative world. Local officials remained necessary, and established institutions continued handling much of everyday government. Mithridates presented himself not only as a tribal conqueror, but as a king capable of ruling cities. His coins began carrying more elevated titles, reflecting the wider territory now under his control. The Parthian state was becoming an empire. Its structure differed from the more centralized system created by Darius. The king stood at the top, but powerful noble families retained extensive authority. Some controlled large estates, while others commanded regional forces. These aristocratic houses provided soldiers and supported royal succession. Their cooperation was essential, but it also limited the king's freedom. A strong ruler could guide the noble families and maintain balance among them. A weaker king might find that they supported a rival prince or acted independently in their own regions. The Parthian Empire therefore resembled a network held together by loyalty, marriage, and shared interest. Royal authority mattered, though it did not reach into every village in the same way. Local rulers often remained in place as long as they recognized Parthian supremacy. Some regions were governed by members of the royal family, while others preserved their own dynasties. This flexibility allowed the empire to include communities with different traditions. It also reduced the number of officials the central court needed to appoint. For ordinary people, the identity of a distant king may have mattered less than the conduct of the local governor. A fair official could make foreign rule tolerable, while an abusive one could create resentment regardless of the dynasty he served. Taxes continued to be collected, and soldiers still passed along major roads. Yet village life remained centered on water crops and family obligations. The royal court moved between several important centers. One was Hecatompylos in the northeast, a city located near routes connecting Iran with Central Asia. Another was Ecbatana, whose cool highland climate had attracted kings since Median times. As Parthian power expanded into Mesopotamia, the court increasingly used Ctesiphon near the Tigris River. Ctesiphon stood close to the older city of Seleucia, which had been founded during the Hellenistic period. Seleucia remained a major urban center with a large Greek-speaking population and active commercial life. The two cities represented neighboring political traditions. Seleucia preserved many Hellenistic institutions, while Ctesiphon developed as a royal residence connected to Parthian rule. They were separated by the river, but tied together through trade and administration. The Parthian court did not resemble the formal stone world of Persepolis in every detail. Its architecture often emphasized large interior spaces and broad vaulted halls. One important feature was the Iwan, a deep chamber open on one side. This design created a shaded space where air could circulate, making it well suited to the climate. The Iwan would remain influential in Iranian architecture long after the Parthian dynasty disappeared. Palaces and temples combined local building traditions with forms inherited from the Hellenistic world. Decorative art also reflected several influences. Figures were sometimes shown facing directly forward, creating a formal relationship between the image and the viewer. Clothing was rendered with careful folds, while jewelry and weapons communicated status. This frontal style would later appear in Sasanian and other Near Eastern art. The Parthian world was not culturally uniform. Greek remained visible in cities and on coins, especially during the earlier period. Iranian languages continued in the countryside and among the aristocracy. Aramaic also served practical purposes in administration because it had long been used across the region. A merchant traveling through the empire might hear several languages within a single market. He did not need to understand each one perfectly. Familiar weights, coins, gestures, and trusted intermediaries allowed business to continue. Trade became one of the empire's greatest sources of importance. Parthian territory lay between the Roman world and the lands of Central Asia. Routes running across Iran carried luxury goods over immense distances. Silk from China traveled westward through a chain of merchants rather than through a single, uninterrupted journey. Spices and precious stones entered from the direction of India, while glassware and metal objects arrived from the Mediterranean. The Parthians benefited by protecting sections of these routes and taxing the goods that passed through their territory. Caravans moved slowly. Camels carried loads across dry country, while horses and donkeys were used where the terrain required them. Travelers planned their journeys around dependable water and safe stopping places. A caravan might remain outside a city until officials inspected its goods. Merchants then paid duties before entering the market, where local brokers helped arrange sales. News traveled beside the merchandise. Stories about distant courts reached towns that would never send travelers so far. Artistic designs passed from one workshop to another, and religious ideas followed the same roads. The Parthian Empire became a meeting place without fully belonging to either East or West. Its rulers understood that trade required security. Banditry could damage revenue, so important roads were watched by local authorities. Political disputes sometimes interrupted traffic, but commerce usually resumed as soon as conditions improved. Many people living along the routes earned their livelihood from travelers. Innkeepers offered shelter, while craftsmen repaired equipment. Farmers sold grain and animal feed to passing caravans. The empire's wealth was therefore spread through many small exchanges. Parthian military power also depended upon mobility. The aristocracy supplied heavily armored cavalry known as cataphracts. Rider and horse could both be protected by armor, giving these units great weight when they charged. Alongside them rode mounted archers. These archers used compact bows that could be fired from horseback. They approached an enemy, released arrows, and moved away before heavy infantry could close the distance. One technique became especially famous. A rider who appeared to be retreating could turn in the saddle and shoot backward at a pursuing enemy. This became known as the Parthian shot. The tactic demanded training and balance. It also relied upon an opponent making the mistake of chasing cavalry across open ground. Parthian armies were most effective where their horses had room to maneuver. They were less suited to long sieges or campaigns in difficult mountain terrain. Their strength lay in movement endurance and the ability to wear down a slower enemy. These military traditions would soon be tested against a new power rising in the West. Rome had expanded across the Mediterranean and entered the lands once ruled by the Seleucids. Roman commanders gradually moved closer to the Euphrates, where Parthian influence began. At first, the relationship between the two powers involved diplomacy as much as conflict. Each side sought friendly rulers in the kingdoms lying between them, especially Armenia. Armenia occupied highland territory north of Mesopotamia. Its position made it valuable to both empires, and its royal family often had to balance competing pressures. A ruler supported by Parthia might be rejected by Rome. Another could accept Roman friendship while maintaining connections with Iranian nobles. This pattern would continue for generations. Neither empire could easily absorb the other. Rome possessed disciplined infantry and substantial resources. Parthia had mounted armies and the advantage of fighting near its own territory. The border between them became a place of negotiation, rivalry, and occasional war. Within Iran, however, daily life remained less concerned with distant Roman ambitions. In the early morning, farmers opened irrigation channels and guided water toward their fields. Markets filled gradually as sellers arranged grain, fruit, cloth, and pottery. At caravan stations, travelers checked ropes and repacked goods before beginning another stage of the road. In noble households, young riders practiced with bows under the supervision of older relatives. These routines supported an empire that lacked the administrative uniformity of the Achaemenids, but survived for centuries. The Parthians had restored Iranian rule without attempting to recreate the past exactly. Their court absorbed Hellenistic customs, and their cities remained connected to the wider world. What made them Iranian was not isolation from foreign influence. It was their ability to place those influences within a political order rooted in the plateau and its aristocratic traditions. For tonight, we will leave the caravans moving west toward Mesopotamia while riders watch the distant horizon. Beyond the Euphrates, Roman leaders were becoming increasingly confident that the wealth of the East could be taken by force. One of them would soon cross the frontier expecting an easy victory. Instead, he would meet a Parthian army on the open plains near Carrhae and discover how dangerous the empire of the horsemen had become. Rome meets its eastern equal. Good evening, pals, and welcome back. Tonight, our journey begins on the dry plains beyond the Euphrates, where Roman confidence met the patient strength of the Parthian horsemen. For generations, Rome had expanded across the Mediterranean, overcoming kingdoms that once seemed secure. Many Roman leaders had begun to believe that no neighboring power could resist them for long. Parthia would prove otherwise. The first great confrontation came through the ambition of Marcus Licinius Crassus. He was one of the wealthiest men in Rome and had already achieved political influence, yet he lacked the military reputation enjoyed by other Roman commanders. A campaign in the east offered the possibility of glory. Crassus became governor of Syria and began preparing an invasion of Parthian territory. The Parthians had not launched a major attack against Rome, and the campaign was not a response to an immediate danger. It was driven largely by the promise of conquest. Mesopotamia appeared rich and accessible. Beyond it lay the cities and trade routes that connected Iran with the wider East. To Crassus, the Parthian Empire may have seemed less organized than Rome and therefore easier to defeat. This judgment ignored the nature of Parthian strength. The empire did not depend on dense formations of infantry or a heavily centralized administration. Its military power rested on mounted archers, armored cavalry, and noble families that could gather experienced riders when the king required them. Crassus crossed the Euphrates in 53 BCE. He had received advice to follow the river where his army could remain close to water and supplies. He could also have marched through Armenia, whose highlands would have limited the freedom of Parthian cavalry. Instead, he led his forces into open country. A local guide encouraged the Romans to move across the plains, promising that the Parthian army was nearby and vulnerable. Whether the guide was deliberately misleading them or simply gave poor advice, the decision carried the Roman legions into terrain ideally suited to mounted warfare. The Parthian force was commanded by Susa, a nobleman from one of the empire's most powerful families. He did not bring the largest army Parthia could have gathered. He brought the kind of army best suited to the task. Most of his men were mounted archers. A smaller group consisted of cataphracts, whose bodies and horses were protected by armor. These heavy riders carried long lances and waited for moments when the Roman formations had become weakened. The two armies met near Carrhae. The Roman soldiers formed dense defensive lines, expecting the Parthians either to charge directly or to withdraw after a brief exchange. Instead, mounted archers circled at a distance and released arrows into the formation. The Romans relied on large shields and discipline. At first, these protections seemed sufficient. The arrows, however, continued to arrive. Crassus expected the Parthians to exhaust their supply. Susa had prepared for this possibility. Camels waited behind the riders carrying additional bundles of arrows, allowing the attack to continue far longer than the Romans anticipated. Whenever Roman units attempted to pursue, the mounted archers moved away. Some turned in the saddle and continued shooting while retreating. The Romans could not easily close the distance. Their heavy infantry was designed to advance steadily against an enemy willing to hold its ground. On the open plain, the Parthians refused to offer that kind of battle. Crassus sent his son Publius forward with cavalry and infantry, hoping to drive the archers away. The Parthians appeared to retreat, encouraging the young commander to follow. Once his force had become separated from the main army, the Parthians surrounded it. Mounted archers weakened the formation, and the cataphracts then moved closer. Their long lances gave them great reach, while their armor protected them from many Roman weapons. Publius was killed, and his detachment was destroyed. When the Parthians returned toward the main Roman army, they displayed signs of their victory. The effect on the remaining soldiers was severe. They had lost many companions, and the open plain offered no clear route to safety. Night brought a temporary pause. The Romans began withdrawing toward Carrhae. Some wounded men were left behind because the army could no longer move in an orderly way while carrying everyone. Crassus attempted to continue the retreat through difficult country, but his guides became uncertain. Susa offered negotiations, perhaps hoping to avoid further fighting or to secure a formal Roman withdrawal. During the meeting, confusion broke out. Crassus was killed. Later stories claimed that molten gold was poured into his mouth as a symbol of his greed. This image became famous, though it is unlikely to describe the actual manner of his death. The symbolism mattered more than the detail. A Roman commander who had invaded in search of wealth had been defeated by the empire he expected to overcome. The Battle of Carrhae became one of Rome's greatest military disasters. Thousands of soldiers were killed or captured, and the standards of several Roman legions fell into Parthian hands. These standards carried deep meaning. Each legion treated its eagle as a symbol of collective honor. Losing it brought shame that lasted long after the survivors returned home. For Parthia, the victory confirmed that Rome could be resisted. Susa returned as one of the most celebrated men in the empire. His success also made him dangerous to the king. A noble capable of commanding such loyalty might one day become a rival. Not long afterward, Susa was executed on royal orders. The event reflected the uneasy balance within Parthian politics. The king depended on powerful aristocratic families, yet he could never allow one of them to become too dominant. The defeat at Carrhae did not end Roman interest in the East. Years later, Mark Antony prepared another major campaign. He hoped to recover Roman prestige and extend his influence into Parthian territory. Antony approached through Armenia, believing that the northern route would give him better conditions than Crassus had faced. His army was large, and siege equipment accompanied the advance. The campaign soon encountered logistical problems. The heavy siege train moved slowly, making it vulnerable to attack. Parthian riders struck isolated sections of the Roman force and avoided direct confrontation with the strongest formations. Antony reached the region of Media Atropatene, but the loss of equipment made a prolonged siege impossible. Supplies began to run low, and the army withdrew under constant pressure. The retreat was difficult, though it did not end in the complete destruction suffered at Carrhae. Roman discipline allowed much of the army to escape. Even so, the campaign failed. Once again, Parthia had shown that distance and terrain could weaken a Roman army before a decisive battle was ever fought. Over time, both empires began to understand the limits of conquest. Rome could capture cities in Mesopotamia during a successful campaign, but holding them required long supply lines and permanent military attention. Parthia could raid Roman provinces or influence neighboring kingdoms, yet it could not easily destroy Roman power across the Mediterranean. Between them lay Armenia. Its position made it the most important buffer in the region. Armenian kings often had family connections to the Parthian royal house, while Rome insisted that the country remain within its own political influence. A change of ruler in Armenia could therefore disturb the balance between the two empires. Diplomacy became as important as battle. Envoys traveled between royal courts carrying proposals and complaints. Marriages helped secure alliances, while gifts expressed respect without requiring either side to admit weakness. One of the most important diplomatic successes came during the reign of the Roman Emperor Augustus. Rather than launching another great invasion, Augustus negotiated for the return of the legionary standards captured at Carrhae. In 20 BCE, the Parthians handed them back. Rome celebrated the event as if it had been a military victory. The standards were displayed with ceremony, and Roman art presented their return as proof of imperial strength. Parthia, however, had surrendered no major territory. Both sides gained something useful. Rome recovered its honor, while Parthia avoided a costly war. This careful balance did not produce permanent peace. Later, Roman emperors continued intervening in Armenia and launching campaigns into Mesopotamia. Trajan achieved one of the most dramatic Roman advances in the early 2nd century CE. His forces moved down the Tigris and captured Ctesiphon. For a brief period, Rome appeared close to turning Mesopotamia into a province. The conquest did not last. Resistance spread behind the Roman army, and the distance from secure bases made administration difficult. Trajan died before the campaign could be completed, and his successor, Hadrian, abandoned most of the new territory. Rome returned to a more defensible frontier. Ctesiphon would be captured by Roman armies more than once during the following centuries, yet each occupation was temporary. The city's location near the western edge of Parthian power made it vulnerable, but the capture of a capital did not automatically end the empire. The royal court could withdraw eastward, gather support, and return after the Roman army departed. This difference frustrated Roman commanders. They were accustomed to defeating a centralized state by taking its main city and removing its ruler. Parthia was held together more loosely. Its noble houses and regional centers allowed it to survive even when the court lost control of Mesopotamia for a time. The empire's flexibility was also a source of weakness. Royal successions were frequently disputed. Members of the Arsacid family competed for the throne, and different noble houses supported rival claimants. A king driven from Ctesiphon might return with troops from the eastern provinces. Another claimant could seek Roman assistance and promise political concessions in exchange. These struggles sometimes weakened the frontier more than foreign invasion did. Yet trade continued through the political uncertainty. Merchants had little interest in which royal prince occupied the throne, provided that roads remained open. Caravans still brought silk from the east, while Roman glass and metalwork traveled toward Iranian markets. Cities along the routes developed communities shaped by movement. A merchant might speak Greek when dealing with Western customers and use Aramaic with local officials. Farther east, he could rely on translators who understood Iranian or Central Asian languages. Religious ideas also traveled through these networks. Buddhist communities appeared along routes leading toward Afghanistan and Central Asia. Jewish populations remained active in Mesopotamian cities, while older Iranian traditions continued across the plateau. The Parthian state did not impose a single religion. Local temples and priesthoods generally remained active. Zoroastrian traditions survived, though they were not yet organized, under the same level of royal control that would appear in the Sasanian period. This diversity reflected the political structure of the empire. Regional rulers maintained their own customs, while the Arsacid king focused on loyalty and tribute. Parthian art developed within the same mixed environment. Greek influence remained visible, but Iranian forms grew stronger over time. Royal figures appeared in elaborate clothing with carefully arranged hair and jewelry. Artists increasingly presented people facing directly outward, giving the images a still and formal quality. The viewer was not watching a private scene from the side. The figure seemed to look back. At royal gatherings, clothing expressed position. Nobles wore long trousers suited to riding and coats fastened across the body. Belts carried weapons, while rich fabrics displayed access to trade and wealth. The court preserved customs that had emerged from a mobile, aristocratic world, even when the king lived in a palace near the Tigris. hunting remained an important royal activity. It allowed rulers and nobles to demonstrate riding skill while strengthening personal relationships outside formal ceremonies. A day spent pursuing game created opportunities for conversation that would have been more guarded inside the audience hall. The Parthian king ruled through these relationships. His empire lacked the extensive bureaucracy of the Achaemenids, so personal loyalty carried unusual importance. A noble family that felt ignored might support another prince. This made kingship a constant negotiation. For nearly 5 centuries, the Arsacid dynasty managed to preserve that negotiation well enough to survive. Rome never conquered Parthia permanently. The Parthians never conquered Rome. Each empire learned to recognize the other as a rival that could be challenged but not easily destroyed. Their frontier became one of the great dividing lines of the ancient world. To the west lay the Roman provinces and the Mediterranean. To the east stretched the Iranian plateau and the routes toward Central Asia. Between them moved soldiers, merchants, diplomats, and travelers. By the early 3rd century CE, however, the Parthian political system was showing signs of exhaustion. Disputed successions had become common. Roman invasions had damaged Mesopotamia, and noble families held increasing power in their own regions. In the southern province of Persis, the old homeland of the Achaemenid kings, a local ruler named Ardashir began expanding his authority. His family was connected to religious institutions and local government. Unlike the Parthian kings, whose origins lay in the northeast, Ardashir drew strength from the symbolic center of ancient Persia. At first, he was one regional ruler among many. As his territory grew, however, he stopped behaving like a loyal subject of the Arsacid king. He defeated neighboring leaders and gathered an army under his own command. The final Parthian ruler, Artabanus IV, could not ignore the challenge. The two armies met in 224 CE. Ardashir emerged victorious, and the Arsacid king was killed. The Parthian Empire, which had resisted Rome and governed Iran for centuries, came to an end. Its disappearance was not a simple collapse. Many Parthian noble families survived and later served the new dynasty. Military traditions continued, and the influence of Parthian art remained visible. Yet the new rulers brought a different idea of kingship. Ardashir wanted stronger central authority. He also wished to connect his dynasty more clearly with the ancient Persian past and with the religious traditions of Iran. The age of the Parthian horse lords was giving way to the Sasanian kings. The rise of the Sasanian Empire. The victory of Ardashir in 224 CE did more than replace one royal family with another. It introduced a different idea of how Iran should be governed. The Parthian kings had ruled through a broad alliance of noble houses. Regional families controlled land armies and local administration, while the Arsacid ruler depended upon their cooperation. This arrangement had given the empire great flexibility, but it had also allowed rival princes and powerful nobles to weaken the center. Ardashir intended to build a more closely organized monarchy. His rise began in Persis, the southern region that had once formed the homeland of the Achaemenid kings. The old palaces of Persepolis no longer served as a royal capital, yet their stone terraces remained visible above the plain. The memory of earlier Persian greatness still belonged to the landscape. Near those ancient ruins stood religious centers connected with local rulers and priestly families. Ardashir's own family appears to have been associated with one of these institutions. Later, Sasanian tradition traced the dynasty to a man named Sasan, although the exact relationship between Sasan Ardashir and Ardashir's father Papak remains uncertain. What mattered to the new dynasty was the connection it claimed with Persis. The Parthians had emerged from the northeast. Ardashir rose from the older Persian heartland, where the memory of royal authority reached back many centuries. Before challenging the Arsacid king, Ardashir had expanded gradually. He gained control of neighboring districts and defeated local rulers who refused to recognize him. Each victory gave him access to more troops and revenue, allowing him to confront stronger opponents. His growing independence eventually brought him into conflict with Artabanus IV, the last major Parthian king. The decisive battle took place on the plain of Hormozgan. The exact location remains uncertain, but later reliefs celebrated the victory as the moment when divine favor passed from the Arsacids to the new Sasanian house. Ardashir's army defeated the Parthian forces and Artabanus was killed. The change of dynasty did not cause every Parthian institution to disappear. Several noble families accepted the new ruler and continued holding important positions. Their cavalry traditions remained valuable, and Ardashir could not govern the entire plateau without their cooperation. He weakened their independence without removing them completely. The new king presented himself with a title that expressed far greater ambition than the authority of a regional ruler. He became King of Kings of Iran. This title recalled older forms of Persian kingship. It suggested that local rulers might continue to exist, but only beneath the authority of a monarch whose power reached across the Iranian world. The meaning of Iran was also becoming more political. Earlier, Iranian peoples had shared related languages and traditions, yet they had not always belonged to one state. Under the Sasanians, the idea of an Iranian realm gained a clearer connection with royal authority and religious order. Ardashir's inscriptions described him as a worshipper of Mazda. His coins displayed a royal portrait on one side and a fire altar on the other. The image linked kingship with Zoroastrian tradition. Fire had long represented purity and truth within Iranian religion. Under the new dynasty, sacred fires received greater royal attention, and the priesthood became more closely connected to the state. This did not mean that every religious practice across the empire became identical. Local traditions remained varied, and communities often followed customs inherited from earlier periods. The Sasanian court nevertheless supported a more organized form of Zoroastrian belief. Priests gained influence in matters of ritual and law. They tended sacred fires and preserved religious texts through oral recitation. Some also advised the court on questions involving marriage inheritance and purity. The partnership between crown and priesthood strengthened both institutions. The king could present his authority as part of a divinely ordered world. Priests, in return, received royal protection and support for their religious communities. Ardashir expressed his power through monuments as well as titles. At Nakshi Rostam, near the tombs of Achaemenid kings, a rock relief showed him receiving a ring of kingship from Ahura Mazda. Both figures appeared mounted, facing one another with a calm formality. Beneath their horses lay defeated enemies. The message did not depend upon a long written explanation. Royal victory and divine approval appeared within the same carefully arranged image. Ardashir was not claiming to be a god. He was presenting himself as the ruler chosen to restore order. The new dynasty also adopted a crown style that distinguished its kings from one another. Each ruler used a particular shape or symbol, making royal portraits recognizable on coins and reliefs. Coins traveled farther than monuments. A silver drachm issued by the court might pass through the hands of soldiers, merchants, and tax collectors before reaching a distant market. The king's face and the fire altar on its reverse quietly carried the Sasanian image of authority across the empire. As Ardashir secured Iran, he also turned toward Mesopotamia. The fertile lands beside the Tigris and Euphrates remained essential to any empire centered on the plateau. Their cities produced revenue and stood along routes connecting Iran with Syria and the Mediterranean. Ctesiphon continued serving as a royal center. The city had belonged to the Parthians, but the Sasanians did not reject it merely because it had served the earlier dynasty. Its location near important waterways and agricultural land made it too valuable to abandon. The court occupied palaces near the river, while markets drew people from surrounding towns. Boats moved grain and other goods along the waterways, and caravans arrived from the east after crossing the plateau. The capital reflected the range of the new empire. Persian officials shared the city with Aramaic-speaking communities. Jewish scholars lived in Mesopotamia while Christians were beginning to form congregations in several towns. Older Babylonian traditions had faded, but their influence remained within local patterns of administration and learning. Ardashir wanted firmer control over this varied population than the Parthian kings had usually exercised. Regional rulers were brought more closely beneath the crown. Taxation became more regular, and royal officials gained greater responsibility. Fortifications and roads received attention because communication between the provinces and the court supported central authority. The system was not fully uniform. Mountainous regions and distant frontiers still required local cooperation. Noble houses retained estates and private influence, especially where their families had governed for generations. Yet the direction of change was clear. The state was becoming more centralized. Ardashir also strengthened the army. Heavy cavalry remained at the heart of Sasanian warfare. These mounted nobles wore armor and carried long lances, preserving traditions inherited from the Parthian period. Infantry supported them, though its quality varied. Some soldiers were experienced professionals, while others were levied from rural communities during major campaigns. Siege warfare became increasingly important as the Sasanians confronted the fortified cities of the Roman East. Engineers needed to undermine walls or construct machines that could approach them. Long campaigns required stores of grain and careful movement of animals. The empire Ardashir had created soon passed to his son Shapur. The transition appears to have been prepared before Ardashir's death. Shapur had already joined his father in government and military command, reducing the uncertainty that often followed a royal succession. He inherited a stronger monarchy and an ambitious frontier. To the west stood Rome, which had spent centuries testing the limits of Iranian power. Roman armies had captured Ctesiphon several times under the Parthians, though they had never held Mesopotamia permanently. The rise of the Sasanians changed the nature of the rivalry. Ardashir and Shapur claimed authority over lands that had once belonged to earlier Persian kings. Roman leaders understood these claims as a challenge to their eastern provinces. Neither empire wished to accept a permanently inferior position. Shapur I proved to be an energetic ruler. His inscriptions describe campaigns not only as defensive actions, but as evidence that the Sasanian king possessed strength worthy of his title. Early in his reign, Roman forces entered Mesopotamia under Emperor Gordian III. The campaign began with some success, but the situation later turned against the Romans. Gordian died during the expedition under circumstances that remain uncertain. Persian sources connected his death with battle, while Roman accounts offered different explanations. His successor, Philip the Arab, negotiated peace with Shapur. The agreement allowed the Roman army to withdraw, though later Persian inscriptions presented it as a clear recognition of Sasanian superiority. Shapur continued applying pressure along the frontier. He captured important cities and moved into Roman territory when internal difficulties weakened the Western Empire. Rome, during the 3rd century, faced rapid changes of emperor frontier attacks and military rebellion. A ruler might be proclaimed by his soldiers and then disappear within a few years. This instability made coordinated defense more difficult. In 260 CE, another Roman emperor, Valerian, marched east to confront Shapur. The Roman army suffered from disease and exhaustion before the decisive encounter near Edessa. Shapur's forces defeated them, and Valerian was captured alive. The event was extraordinary. Roman emperors had died in battle, but none had previously fallen into enemy hands in this way. For the Sasanian court, the capture became a powerful symbol of royal greatness. Rock reliefs showed Shapur on horseback while Roman emperors appeared before him. One figure stood beneath the king's horse while another approached in submission. The images compressed several events into a single message. Rome had been humbled, and the King of Kings had received divine favor. Later stories described Valerian's treatment in dramatic and sometimes cruel terms. Many were written long after the events and may reflect hostile tradition rather than reliable detail. What is certain is that he never returned to Rome. The capture of an emperor gave Shapur prestige, but it did not allow Persia to conquer the Roman East permanently. Sasanian forces could raid deeply and carry away wealth, yet holding large western territories created the same logistical difficulties that Rome faced in Mesopotamia. Cities required garrisons, and supply lines became vulnerable as an army moved farther from Iran. Shapur therefore combined military pressure with settlement policy. Captives taken from Roman lands were relocated within the Sasanian Empire. Among them were craftsmen, engineers, and people with specialized knowledge. Some helped build new cities or improve existing ones. Their skills entered local workshops and contributed to the exchange of architectural and technical ideas. The city of Gundashapur became associated with this mixed population. In later centuries, it would develop a reputation as a center of learning and medicine. For the displaced families who arrived there, the experience began not as cultural exchange, but as loss. They had been separated from familiar homes and brought to a new country. Over time, however, they established communities. Children learned local languages while preserving elements of family tradition. Craftsmen adapted familiar methods to different materials and customers. Churches appeared where Christian populations settled. The Sasanian state could be strict in its political demands, yet the empire remained religiously diverse. Zoroastrianism received royal support, but Jewish, Christian, and other communities continued to live within its borders. Their treatment changed according to the ruler and political circumstances. Christianity presented a special difficulty because the Roman Empire gradually became more closely associated with the Christian faith. Sasanian officials sometimes suspected Christians of sympathy with Rome, even when their families had lived in Iran for generations. At other times, Christian communities received tolerance and organized themselves more independently from Western churches. Religion and politics could not always be separated. Another new faith also emerged during the reign of Shapur. Its founder was Mani, who was born in Mesopotamia and developed a religious teaching that drew from several traditions. He presented the world as a struggle between light and darkness, and believed his message completed earlier revelations. Mani traveled and gained followers across different regions. His religion used written texts and visual art to explain its teachings, making it unusually portable. Shapur appears to have allowed Mani to preach for a time. The king may have valued a movement capable of speaking across cultural boundaries. Later, rulers and priests became less tolerant, and Mani eventually died under royal imprisonment. Even so, Manichaeism spread far beyond Iran. Its communities appeared from the Roman world to Central Asia and eventually reached China. The movement demonstrated how easily religious ideas could travel along the same roads used by merchants. Under Shapur, the Sasanian Empire became one of the two great powers of Western Eurasia. Its strength did not rest only on victory against Rome. Agriculture supported the state, especially in Mesopotamia and irrigated regions of Iran. Taxes from land provided revenue for the court and army. Villages continued much as they had under earlier dynasties. Farmers maintained canals and watched the seasons carefully. In dry regions, qanats carried water beneath the ground toward fields and settlements. Landowners and local officials supervised labor, while priests marked religious festivals. In towns, craftsmen produced pottery, textiles, weapons, and household goods. Markets connected rural harvests with urban customers, and merchants carried higher value goods toward distant provinces. Most people rarely saw the king. They knew royal authority through taxes, legal decisions, soldiers, and coins. A new reign might change the portrait on silver currency before it changed anything else in their daily routine. The Sasanian court nevertheless worked to make kingship visible. Ceremonies emphasized distance between the ruler and those approaching him. Courtiers followed rules of rank, and clothing indicated position within the royal household. The king appeared beneath an elaborate crown that could be too heavy for ordinary use. In some ceremonial settings, it may have been suspended above him so that its weight did not rest entirely on his head. Such display placed the ruler at the center of an ordered court. Beneath him stood nobles, priests, warriors, and officials, each with a recognized place. This image of hierarchy reflected the larger Sasanian belief that society functioned best when duties remained properly arranged. Reality was less orderly. Noble families still competed for influence, and priests disagreed over doctrine. Provincial governors faced local problems that the court could not always understand from a distance. The monarchy depended upon negotiation, even as it presented itself as absolute. When Shapur died, the empire he left behind was secure, but demanding. The western frontier required constant attention, while powerful families expected rewards for their service. His successors would experience periods of strength and years of uncertainty. Some kings would be guided by nobles or priests, while others would struggle to survive court conspiracies. Yet the Sasanian state had established foundations that would endure for more than 4 centuries. It had restored a centralized Persian monarchy, tied royal authority closely to Zoroastrian tradition, and created a political identity built around the idea of Iran. The new dynasty had inherited Parthian cavalry and older administrative practices. It added a stronger court and a more deliberate vision of kingship. For now, the rock reliefs of Ardashir and Shapur remained fresh upon the cliffs. Travelers passing below them could see mounted kings receiving symbols of authority, and Roman emperors standing before Persian power. Beyond the monuments, ordinary life continued along quieter paths. Water moved through underground channels. Caravans entered cities near sunset, and temple fires were tended through the night. The Sasanian Empire had risen quickly, but its greatest period still lay ahead. Shapur II and the long defense of Iran. After the death of Shapur I, the Sasanian Empire entered a less certain period. The dynasty remained secure, but the balance created by Ardashir and strengthened by his son required careful leadership. Noble families expected influence. Zoroastrian priests sought a greater role in public life, and the Roman frontier continued demanding soldiers and money. Several kings followed one another within a relatively short time. Some ruled only briefly, while others struggled against powerful figures at court. The empire did not collapse because its institutions had become stronger than the fortunes of any single ruler. Taxes continued to reach the royal treasury. Governors remained in their provinces, and military commanders watched the western roads. Even during an uncertain reign, daily life followed familiar rhythms. Farmers repaired irrigation channels before planting. Craftsmen opened their workshops near the markets, and caravans crossed the plateau at a pace determined by water and weather rather than by palace disputes. In the fire temples, priests preserved prayers whose language had already become older than ordinary speech. The court, however, could never ignore the problem of succession for long. A Sasanian king was expected to possess royal blood, divine favor, and the support of leading families. When these elements did not come together around one heir, rival princes could gain followers of their own. The great nobles often played a decisive role. They commanded cavalry, controlled estates, and maintained connections across several provinces. A king who dismissed their interests risked rebellion. A king who depended upon them too heavily could become little more than a symbol. The priesthood added another source of influence. Under figures such as Cartier, Zoroastrian institutions became more closely organized and more visible within the state. Inscriptions described temples being established and religious discipline being strengthened. Cartier served under several kings and gained unusual authority. His career showed that the Sasanian court was not governed by the monarch alone. Priests, nobles, and royal relatives all helped shape policy. Religious diversity continued despite this stronger Zoroastrian establishment. Jewish communities remained deeply rooted in Mesopotamia. Their scholars studied law and scripture in academies that would later produce one of the most important collections of Jewish learning. Christians also lived in cities and villages across the empire. Some descended from captives brought east during earlier wars, while others belonged to communities that had grown through trade and preaching. Manichaean teachers continued traveling between regions even after the death of Mani. Their religion survived because it crossed borders easily and spoke in terms that could be adapted to several languages. The Sasanian state did not treat all these groups in the same way at every moment. A peaceful community could be tolerated under one king and viewed with suspicion under another. Much depended upon political conditions. This was especially true for Christians. As the Roman Empire gradually adopted Christianity, Sasanian rulers began to wonder whether Christians living in Iran might feel loyalty toward a foreign emperor who shared their faith. The suspicion was often unfair. Many Iranian Christians had no direct connection with Rome and considered the Sasanian world their home. Still, frontier rivalry could turn religion into a question of security. During the late 3rd century, Rome recovered from its internal crisis and renewed its pressure in the east. Emperor Diocletian reorganized the Roman government and strengthened the army. His successors continued the long competition for Armenia and Mesopotamia. The Sasanian king Narse attempted to extend Persian influence into Armenia, but Roman forces defeated him. The resulting treaty forced the Sasanians to accept unfavorable terms and surrender control over several frontier regions. For the court at Ctesiphon, this was a serious humiliation. The dynasty founded by Ardashir had presented itself as the equal of Rome. Now the western border had moved closer to the Iranian heartland, and Roman influence had grown in Armenia. Restoring that balance would become one of the central goals of the next great Sasanian ruler. His name was Shapur II. His reign began under extraordinary circumstances. According to later tradition, he was declared king before he was born. A royal crown was placed above his mother's abdomen, allowing the unborn child to be recognized as ruler. The story may have been shaped by legend, but it reflects a genuine succession crisis. Shapur inherited the throne as an infant, which meant that nobles and officials governed in his name for many years. Such a long minority offered powerful families an opportunity to strengthen their own positions. It also encouraged attacks along the empire's frontiers. Arab groups from the south crossed into Sasanian territory and raided settlements near the Persian Gulf. In the east, nomadic peoples placed pressure on regions where royal authority was already difficult to maintain. The young king grew up surrounded by reports of instability. He would later be remembered as a ruler determined to restore both the security of the borders and the authority of the crown. Once Shapur took personal control of government, he first turned southward. His campaigns against Arab tribes were severe, and later traditions remembered them in unusually harsh language. The aim was not simply punishment. The southern coast protected trade routes and access to the Persian Gulf. Communities there connected the empire with Arabia, India, and the ports of the Indian Ocean. Without security along those shores, commerce became more dangerous and royal revenue declined. Shapur strengthened control over the region and relocated some groups to areas where the court could supervise them more closely. This policy reflected a common imperial practice. Populations could be moved to protect frontiers, cultivate land, or reduce the power of rebellious communities. For the families involved, such relocation changed the entire shape of life. People left familiar wells and grazing grounds for settlements where the language and climate might be different. They carried household objects, memories, and religious customs into new surroundings. Over time, these displaced communities became part of the empire's cultural mixture. Shapur then turned toward the east, where new groups had entered Central Asia and the lands beyond northeastern Iran. The precise identity of these peoples remains difficult to reconstruct because ancient writers often used broad names for changing confederations. Some were connected with the qanats mounted groups who moved through regions once linked to the Kushan world. At first, they were enemies. Sasanian armies fought them for control of frontier routes and agricultural lands. The conflict demanded patience because victory over one group did not always create lasting peace. New leaders could emerge beyond the border while defeated riders withdrew into country where a large royal army could not easily follow. Shapur eventually reached an agreement with some of these eastern forces. A Kyanite ruler named Grumbates later appeared alongside the Sasanian king during campaigns against Rome. The alliance showed how flexible frontier politics could be. Yesterday's enemy became tomorrow's military partner when a larger interest brought them together. By the middle of the 4th century, Shapur was ready to challenge Rome. The religious and political world across the frontier had changed greatly. Constantine had embraced Christianity and founded a new imperial capital at Constantinople. Roman emperors now presented themselves as defenders of a faith practiced by many people within Sasanian territory. Shapur therefore faced not only a military rival, but a new ideological problem. During periods of war, Iranian Christians were sometimes required to pay additional taxes or were accused of sympathy with Rome. Some bishops and priests were executed, and communities suffered persecution. These measures did not occur evenly across the empire, and they did not remove Christianity. In fact, hardship often strengthened the internal organization of the churches. Iranian Christians gradually developed traditions distinct from those of the Roman world. They used Syriac in worship and learning, and their leaders sought ways to prove that membership in the church did not make them servants of a foreign emperor. This separation would later help Christianity spread eastward without appearing entirely Roman. The frontier war itself centered on fortified cities. Unlike the open plains where Parthian cavalry had defeated Crassus, the northern Mesopotamian border contained walls, towers, and carefully defended roads. Cities such as Nisibis stood between the two empires and changed hands only after enormous effort. Nisibis was particularly important. Its fortifications guarded routes leading from Mesopotamia into Roman territory. Shapur besieged the city more than once, but its defenders resisted successfully. Siege warfare moved slowly. Engineers examined walls for weak points. Earthworks were raised so that soldiers could approach under protection, while defenders repaired damage during the night. Archers watched from towers, and both sides attempted to cut the other's access to food and water. A siege could last long after the excitement of the first assault disappeared. Soldiers spent weeks carrying timber, digging trenches, and waiting for orders. Disease often became as dangerous as combat. Shapur's inability to capture Nisibis immediately did not end his campaign. He continued testing the Roman frontier and waited for changes in Western politics. Roman emperors faced internal rivalry of their own. When one ruler died or a civil war began, troops might be withdrawn from the east to fight elsewhere. Shapur understood the value of time. He had ruled since childhood and did not need every campaign to produce an immediate result. Pressure applied over many years could weaken an enemy more effectively than one dramatic invasion. The most famous event of his Western wars came at Amida in 359 CE. The city stood on high ground above the Tigris and possessed strong defenses. Shapur may not initially have intended to spend months there, but an incident during the approach changed the situation. Grumbates, the Qanat ally accompanying the Sasanian army, lost his son to a projectile fired from the walls. The young man's death demanded a response, and the army settled into a determined siege. Amida resisted for more than 70 days. Sasanian troops launched repeated assaults, while defenders used stones, missiles, and fire to hold the walls. Siege towers were brought forward, though some were destroyed before they could achieve their purpose. The long struggle cost Shapur many soldiers. When the city finally fell, the victory brought prestige, but also exhaustion. The campaigning season had been consumed, and the army could not advance as far as originally planned. The siege revealed both the strength and limitation of Sasanian warfare. The empire could gather forces from distant regions and overcome a major fortress, yet each victory demanded resources that could not be replaced quickly. A few years later, the Roman Emperor Julian launched an invasion of Persia. Julian had gained a reputation as an energetic commander. He hoped to achieve what earlier Roman rulers had failed to do by striking directly toward Ctesiphon. His army advanced along the Euphrates with a fleet carrying supplies. At first, the campaign moved successfully. Roman forces captured several fortified places and defeated Persian units sent to slow them. Shapur avoided committing his main army too early. Instead, the Sasanians used the landscape as a weapon. Crops were removed or destroyed ahead of the Roman advance, leaving fewer supplies for the invaders. Canals were opened in some places to flood the ground and make movement more difficult. By the time Julian reached the region near Ctesiphon, His army had traveled far from secure territory. The Roman forces won a battle outside the capital, but the city itself remained protected. Julian decided not to begin a long siege. He then made a serious mistake. Believing that the army could find supplies inland, he ordered much of the fleet burned. Once the ships were gone, the Romans lost both transport and an easier route of retreat. The countryside offered less food than expected. Shapur's forces followed closely, attacking when conditions favored them and withdrawing before the Romans could force a decisive engagement. During one of these encounters, Julian was wounded and died. His successor, Jovian, inherited command of an exhausted army surrounded deep inside Persian territory. He could not continue the campaign and feared that retreat without an agreement would lead to destruction. Jovian accepted peace on terms favorable to Shapur. Rome surrendered several regions and gave up Nisibis, the fortress that had resisted the Sasanians for so long. Its inhabitants were ordered to leave despite their desire to remain under Roman protection. Families departed carrying what they could manage. Some had lived in the city for generations. Their houses, gardens, and workshops now stood within territory transferred by treaty. The change demonstrated how decisions made between kings could reshape the lives of people who had never entered a palace. For Shapur, the agreement restored much of what Persia had lost under Narses. The western frontier became more secure, and Sasanian influence in Armenia increased. The long reign had achieved its central goal. Shapur also strengthened the image of kingship at home. Royal authority recovered from the weakness of his childhood, and noble families were reminded that the crown could still command armies across several frontiers. Yet the king did not govern alone. Military success depended upon aristocratic cavalry and regional commanders. Tax collection relied upon local officials who understood the land under their supervision. The priesthood remained influential, though even religious authority could not be separated from family and political networks. Sasanian society was often described as divided into broad groups associated with religion, warfare, administration, and agriculture. These categories offered an ideal picture of an ordered world, but daily life was more flexible. A village priest might also own land. A soldier's family could manage estates while he served at the frontier. Scribes moved between royal offices and private households. Women also played important roles within families and estates. Legal traditions allowed them to own certain forms of property, manage households, and participate in inheritance arrangements, though their position varied according to rank and local custom. Royal women could influence succession through their sons and family connections. Their actions rarely appeared in the official inscriptions of kings, but the palace could not function without them. In towns, life grew more specialized. Textile workshops produced fabrics for local use and long-distance trade. Metal workers shaped tools, vessels, and weapons, while potters supplied the storage jars needed by households and as merchants. Large estates employed laborers who maintained canals and harvested grain. Some belonged to temples or nobles, while others were connected directly to the crown. Land remained the foundation of wealth. The court could collect silver and luxury goods, but armies were sustained by grain, animals, and the labor of farming communities. A damaged irrigation network mattered more to local survival than a distant royal ceremony. Shapur's government, therefore, depended upon maintaining agriculture even while fighting repeated wars. In Mesopotamia, canals carried river water across broad cultivated areas. Officials supervised repairs because a broken embankment could flood one district and leave another dry. On the Iranian plateau, qanats continued bringing underground water toward towns. Their tunnels required regular cleaning, and a neglected channel could reduce an entire village's harvest. These quiet systems supported the grandeur of the Sasanian court. Without them, there could be no cavalry army silver coinage or monumental relief. When Shapur II died in 379 CE, he had ruled for roughly 7 decades. Few ancient monarchs remained on the throne for so long. He had begun life as a child whose kingdom was governed by others. He ended it as one of the strongest rulers in Sasanian history. The empire he left behind had recovered territory, defended its frontiers, and strengthened its political identity. Rome had learned once again that Persia could not be treated as a minor Eastern kingdom. Still, a long reign often hides problems that return after the ruler is gone. The next kings would face renewed struggles with nobles and priests. Armenia would remain contested while the eastern frontier continued changing under the movement of new peoples. For a time, however, the roads were quieter. Soldiers returned from frontier camps, and merchants resumed journeys delayed by war. In villages near Nisibis, new officials measured land that had recently belonged to Rome. Far to the east, mounted groups watched the borders from beyond the Oxus, waiting for opportunities that had not yet appeared. The Sasanian Empire had survived another age of rivalry. Its most famous reforms, its richest courts, and its most dangerous wars were still to come. King's frontiers and the shadow of the White Huns. The death of Shapur II in 379 CE left the Sasanian Empire with secure borders and a restored sense of strength. His unusually long reign had allowed royal authority to become closely associated with one man, and the rulers who followed him inherited the difficult task of governing without the experience or reputation that had sustained the court for nearly 70 years. The empire remained powerful, but its stability depended upon a delicate relationship between the king, the great noble families, and the Zoroastrian priesthood. Each group believed that it had a duty to preserve the Iranian realm. Each also wished to shape that realm according to its own interests. A new king needed the support of nobles who controlled cavalry and large estates. He also needed priests who could present his reign as part of a sacred order. At the same time, he had to prevent either group from becoming strong enough to dominate the throne. This was rarely simple. Several kings after Shapur II struggled to maintain that balance. Court conspiracies and sudden deaths became recurring features of royal life. A ruler could appear secure during a public ceremony and still know that opposition was forming within noble households or religious institutions. Beyond the palace, however, the state continued functioning. Tax collectors visited agricultural districts at expected times. Provincial officials maintained roads while military commanders watched the approaches to Armenia and Mesopotamia. Merchants crossed the plateau with textiles, metalwork, spices, and glass. The empire had grown accustomed to surviving changes at the top. Its western relationship with Rome also entered a quieter phase. Both powers had learned how expensive prolonged war could become, and each faced other concerns along distant frontiers. Armenia remained the most sensitive region between them. For centuries, Armenian kings had balanced Persian and Roman influence. Their royal house had connections to Iranian aristocratic traditions, yet Christianity had become increasingly important within the country. In 387 CE, Rome and Persia agreed to divide Armenia into separate spheres of influence. The western portion remained connected to Rome, while the larger eastern territory came under Sasanian authority. This arrangement reduced immediate conflict, but it did not solve the deeper cultural question. The Sasanian court expected Armenian nobles to accept Persian political leadership. Many Armenian families shared customs with Iranian aristocrats and served comfortably within the royal system. The spread of Christianity created another bond, however, linking Armenia with communities beyond the Persian frontier. Sasanian rulers sometimes tolerated the Armenian church as long as it remained politically quiet. At other moments, they feared that Christian identity might weaken loyalty to Iran. The same uncertainty shaped policy toward Christians inside the empire. Under Yazdegerd I, who became king near the end of the 4th century, Christian communities experienced a period of relative calm. Later, Zoroastrian sources remembered him harshly, perhaps, because he limited the influence of powerful priests and nobles. Christian writers viewed him more favorably. Yazdegerd appears to have understood that religious tolerance could strengthen royal authority. By protecting minority communities, he reduced their dependence upon local noble patrons and made them more directly grateful to the crown. This policy did not mean that he rejected Zoroastrianism. The royal house continued honoring traditional religious institutions, and sacred fires remained closely connected to Sasanian kingship. The king was attempting to prevent one group from controlling the entire political order. In 410 CE, Christian leaders gathered at Seleucia Ctesiphon to organize the church within the Sasanian Empire. Bishops agreed upon a clearer hierarchy, and the bishop of the capital gained a leading position. This development benefited both the church and the state. Christian communities received an internal structure that allowed them to settle disputes and coordinate worship. The king gained recognized leaders who could represent their followers before the court. The Iranian church also became more distinct from the churches of Rome. This separation was politically useful. A Christian living under Sasanian rule could identify with a church rooted in Mesopotamia, rather than appearing to belong to the religious world of a foreign emperor. Daily Christian life remained quiet in most places. Families gathered for worship in modest buildings, while priests cared for local communities. Monasteries appeared in some regions, offering places for prayer and study. Syriac became an important language of scholarship. Through it, religious texts and ideas traveled eastward along trade routes leading into Central Asia. Jewish learning also flourished in Mesopotamia. Rabbinic scholars discussed law ethics, family obligations, agriculture, and ritual. Their conversations were preserved through generations and eventually formed part of the Babylonian Talmud. These academies did not exist apart from Iranian society. Their teachers lived under Sasanian law and responded to conditions shaped by the empire around them. Questions about property taxation contracts and inheritance often reflected the practical world of Mesopotamian towns. The Sasanian Empire was therefore not only a military rival of Rome, it was a place where several intellectual and religious traditions developed beside one another. Yazdegerd's reign ended suddenly in 420 CE. Later stories claimed that he was killed by a mysterious horse that appeared near a spring and vanished after striking him. The tale gave his death an almost supernatural quality. A more likely explanation is that he died through a conspiracy among nobles who had grown tired of his efforts to reduce their influence. His death created another struggle over succession. The leading families did not immediately accept his son Bahram. They attempted to place another member of the dynasty on the throne, perhaps hoping for a ruler who would be easier to guide. Bahram had spent part of his youth at the court of the Arab Lakhmid kings in Al-Hira. This city stood near the western edge of the desert and served as a meeting place between Iranian Arab and Mesopotamian worlds. The Lakhmids were allies of the Sasanians. They helped guard the southwestern frontier against raids and provided a buffer between the empire and tribal groups farther into Arabia. Their riders understood desert travel and could respond to threats before a large Sasanian army arrived. Bahram returned with Lakhmid support and secured the crown. Later, Persian tradition remembered him as Bahram Gur, a king associated with hunting music and adventure. The word gur referred to the wild onager, an animal known for speed across open country. Stories described Bahram pursuing these animals with remarkable skill. He appeared as a ruler who enjoyed life beyond the formal walls of the palace. Many of the tales are legendary, but they preserved an image quite different from the distant ceremonial king shown in official reliefs. Bahram Gur became a figure of Persian storytelling. Poets later described his journeys, romances, and hunting expeditions in elaborate detail. Behind those stories stood a historical ruler who faced serious political challenges. His position depended upon the noble families that had resisted his succession. He needed to reward supporters without allowing them to weaken the crown. He also confronted renewed conflict with Rome. Tensions arose partly from the treatment of religious communities on both sides of the border. Christians fleeing from Persia could seek protection in Roman territory, while Zoroastrians living under Roman rule became subjects of diplomatic concern. War began in the early years of Bahram's reign, but did not last long. Neither empire gained enough advantage to justify the expense. A peace agreement restored the border and included provisions concerning refugees and religious practice. The settlement reflected a broader truth. Rome and Persia could fight repeatedly, but they still needed one another as stable neighbors. Trade crossed their frontier, and both faced dangers from regions beyond their direct control. The greater threat to Bahram came from the east. New groups had moved into Central Asia, changing the political landscape beyond the northeastern provinces. Among them were peoples described in later sources as Huns, though this name covered several different confederations. The Kidarites became especially important during this period. They gained control of lands once connected to the Kushan kingdoms and pressured the eastern edge of the Sasanian realm. Their cavalry could move quickly, while their position allowed them to interfere with trade routes leading toward India and Central Asia. Bahram campaigned against them and appears to have achieved an important victory. Later stories presented the expedition as a sudden march in which the king concealed his plans before surprising the enemy. The exact details are uncertain, though the success helped strengthen his reputation. Securing the eastern frontier protected more than distant territory. It protected commerce. Merchants moving between Iran and Central Asia depended upon safe routes. Silk spices, precious stones, horses, and metal goods passed through a chain of markets and caravan stations. When frontier warfare interrupted these roads, local communities lost income. Customs duties declined, and goods became more expensive in western cities. The eastern provinces therefore mattered deeply to the royal treasury. They also presented a challenge that Rome did not. Roman armies operated through settled provinces and fortified cities. The peoples beyond northeastern Iran often formed mobile political confederations whose leadership could change quickly. A treaty with one ruler might become useless after his death. A defeated group could move away and later return under another name. Sasanian kings needed diplomacy, fortifications, and mounted armies to manage this uncertain world. Bahram's reign also became associated with courtly culture. Music held an honored place in later accounts of his palace. Performers entertained royal gatherings, and poets remembered the king as a patron of pleasure as well as warfare. Some stories claimed that he invited musicians from India and sent them across the empire to entertain ordinary people. The historical truth of this account is doubtful, yet its survival reveals how later generations wished to remember him. He was imagined as a king who carried the refinements of court life into the wider country. Real musicians probably traveled between noble households and cities. They performed at weddings, festivals, and royal feasts. Songs preserved stories that had not yet been written down. Professional storytellers recited accounts of ancient heroes and kings. Over centuries, these traditions would contribute to the great Persian epic cycle. The Sasanian court played an important role in preserving such memories. Officials and priests gathered stories about the past, connecting the dynasty with legendary rulers whose lives belonged to a time beyond reliable history. These accounts blended older Iranian mythology with memories of Achaemenid, Parthian, and Sasanian kings. History became part of kingship. A ruler did not stand alone. He belonged to a long sequence of figures who had defended order against chaos. Bahram's own death became another subject of legend. One tradition claimed that he disappeared while chasing an onager into a marsh or deep pit. Searchers found no body, allowing the king to pass from history into story. He was probably succeeded in 438 CE by his son Yazdegerd II. The new ruler inherited an empire that remained stable, but the religious and political situation in Armenia had become more difficult. Yazdegerd II wished to strengthen the loyalty of Armenian nobles. He invited leading families to the royal court and encouraged closer participation in Sasanian political life. He also attempted to increase Zoroastrian influence in Armenia. For Christian Armenians, this appeared to threaten both religion and local identity. Resistance gathered under the nobleman Vardan Mamikonian. The conflict led to the Battle of Avarar in 451 CE. The Sasanian army won the battlefield and Vardan was killed. Yet military victory did not persuade the Armenian population to abandon Christianity. Resistance continued in less organized forms. The court gradually recognized that enforcing religious change would create permanent instability. In later decades, Armenian Christians gained greater freedom to practice their faith while remaining within the Sasanian political world. The episode demonstrated the limits of royal power. A king could defeat an army, appoint governors, and collect taxes. Changing the deepest beliefs of an entire population was far more difficult. Yazdegerd II also spent much of his reign in the east, where pressure from Central Asian peoples continued. The frontier required almost constant attention. Royal camps became temporary centers of government. Officials traveled with the king carrying records and seals. Supplies arrived from nearby provinces, while messengers moved between the army and Ctesiphon. The court did not cease to exist when the king left the palace. It moved with him. For soldiers, these campaigns involved long periods of waiting. They repaired equipment and cared for horses while scouts watched distant roads. Battles occupied only a small part of military life. Most days were spent traveling, guarding supplies, or building camps. When Yazdegerd II died, his sons competed for the throne. Hormizd III became king first, but his brother Peroz challenged him. The conflict drew support from different noble families and from powers beyond the eastern frontier. Peroz sought help from the Hephthalites, a growing confederation often called the White Huns. With their support, he defeated his brother and became king. The alliance solved one problem while creating another. The Hephthalites now possessed influence over the Sasanian ruler. They occupied important territories in Central Asia and expected payment for their assistance. Peroz soon attempted to free himself from this dependence. His reign also suffered from severe famine. Later traditions describe years of failed rain and declining harvests. The government reduced some taxes and distributed supplies, though no royal policy could entirely remove the hardship. For farming communities, drought narrowed life to the search for food and water. Seed grain intended for the next season might be eaten. Families sold animals or left villages in search of work. A weakened population also produced less tax revenue, placing further pressure on the state. The king's wars in the east continued despite these difficulties. Perez campaigned against the Hephthalites more than once. His opponents understood the terrain and avoided battles that favored the Sasanian heavy cavalry. During one campaign, Perez was captured and released only after agreeing to pay a large ransom. Members of his family may have remained as hostages until the payment was completed. This humiliation did not end his determination. The king prepared another expedition, hoping to recover prestige and remove the threat permanently. The Hephthalites responded with careful deception. According to later accounts, they prepared concealed trenches across part of the battlefield and left a narrow, safe route known to their own troops. Their forces then appeared to retreat. The Sasanian army pursued. Perez and many of his soldiers entered the hidden ground and were killed. Whether the battle happened exactly this way is uncertain, but its result was disastrous. The king died in 484 CE, along with many members of the military aristocracy. The Eastern army had been shattered. The Hephthalites gained even greater influence, and the Sasanians were required to pay tribute. For a dynasty that presented its ruler as king of kings, this obligation carried deep shame. The empire did not disappear, but the balance of power changed. Many noble families had lost relatives in the campaign. The treasury faced pressure, while frontier regions became harder to control. Perez's brother Balash took the throne, though he lacked the resources needed to restore royal strength immediately. He attempted negotiation and reduced conflict where possible. In Armenia, a settlement allowed Christian worship greater security, helping calm a province already exhausted by resistance. These policies offered stability, but they did not satisfy the nobles who wanted stronger leadership. Balash was eventually removed, and the throne passed to Kavad I, a son of Perez. Kavad inherited a monarchy weakened by defeat and constrained by aristocratic power. The great families had become accustomed to choosing kings and influencing royal decisions. Land and wealth were concentrated among nobles and religious institutions. Many rural families carried heavy obligations, while the crown struggled to collect enough revenue to govern independently. The empire required reform. It also required a ruler willing to challenge those who benefited from the existing order. Kavad would soon find an unexpected ally in a religious and social movement associated with a teacher named Mazdak. His message promised a more balanced world and attracted people who believed that wealth and power had become too narrowly held. To the noble families, the movement appeared dangerous. To Kavad, it offered an opportunity. The next stage of Sasanian history would begin not with a Roman invasion or a frontier battle, but with a struggle over land privilege and the meaning of justice within Iran itself. Kavad Mazdak and the reforms of Khosrow. Kavad the first inherited a kingdom that still looked powerful from the outside, yet much of its authority had been weakened by the defeat of his father. The Hephthalites remained influential in the east. The royal treasury had been strained, and the great noble families had learned that a king could be removed when he no longer served their interests. The young ruler understood that his position was insecure. Many of the largest estates belonged to aristocratic houses or religious institutions. These landowners controlled villages, collected income from farming families, and maintained private networks of loyalty. Their wealth supported the cavalry that defended the empire, but it also limited the freedom of the crown. A king who wished to govern independently needed revenue of his own. Kavad therefore began looking for a way to weaken the families that had dominated the court. His opportunity came through a movement associated with a religious teacher named Mazdak. The exact teachings of Mazdak are difficult to reconstruct. Most surviving descriptions were written by opponents who viewed his followers as dangerous. Later, writers accused the movement of rejecting property marriage and social order in extreme ways, though these claims were probably exaggerated. At its heart, the movement seems to have responded to inequality. Mazdak taught that greed and competition produced suffering. He encouraged generosity and argued that resources should be shared more fairly. Wealth concentrated in a few households left many people without enough land or food, while powerful men used their position to take more than they needed. For people burdened by taxes or dependent upon large estates, the message carried obvious appeal. It also appealed to Kavad for political reasons. By supporting Mazdak, the king could challenge the moral authority of nobles and priests who had accumulated wealth across generations. He could present reform not merely as royal ambition, but as an attempt to restore justice. The alliance was uneasy from the beginning. Mazdak's followers wanted broader social change. Kavad wanted a stronger monarchy. Their interests overlapped for a time, though they were never identical. The court reacted with alarm. Noble families feared that their property and inheritance rights were being threatened. Zoroastrian priests saw the movement as a challenge to established doctrine and ritual authority. The opposition eventually became strong enough to remove the king. Around 496 CE, Kavad was deposed and imprisoned in a fortress later known as the Castle of Oblivion. His brother Jamasp was placed on the throne. The name of the prison suggested that those sent there were meant to disappear from political memory. A former king held behind its walls was expected to lose contact with supporters and become irrelevant. Kavad did not remain there. Later accounts describe his escape through the assistance of his wife or sister, who may have exchanged clothing with him or hidden him beneath fabric carried from the fortress. The details belong partly to legend, but the escape itself changed the future of the empire. Kavad traveled east to the court of the Hephthalites. This journey must have been difficult for a ruler whose father had died fighting them. The Hephthalite king now possessed the power to decide whether the Sasanian prince would return to the throne or remain in exile. Kavad gained his support probably through marriage and promises of payment. With an eastern army behind him, he returned to Iran in 498 or 499 CE. Jamasp did not offer lasting resistance. He stepped aside and Kavad recovered the crown. The king who returned from exile was more cautious than the one who had first supported Mazdak. He had learned how easily nobles could remove a ruler who challenged them without sufficient military strength. He did not immediately abandon reform, but he began rebuilding royal authority through slower and more practical methods. The empire still faced serious financial problems. Tribute to the Hephthalites placed pressure on the treasury, while the land tax system had become uneven. Some estates paid according to old arrangements that no longer reflected the amount of land actually under cultivation. Other communities carried heavier burdens because officials relied on outdated records. A field that had been abandoned might still be taxed as productive. A newly irrigated estate could escape proper assessment if its owner possessed influence at court. The system created uncertainty for both farmers and the government. Kavad began the long process of surveying land more carefully. Officials measured cultivated areas and gathered information about crops, water, and local population. The work could not be completed quickly. Surveyors had to travel between provinces and speak with village leaders. Records needed to be compared, copied, and sent to administrative centers. For ordinary farmers, the arrival of royal officials could produce anxiety. Measurement might bring a fairer tax, but it could also reveal land that had previously escaped attention. The reforms were intended to create regular obligations rather than demands that changed according to the needs of local collectors. This distinction mattered. A family could prepare for a predictable payment. Sudden increases after a poor harvest were much harder to survive. Kavad also strengthened cities and frontier defenses. The eastern border remained dangerous, and the passes through the Caucasus required attention. Fortifications protected routes used by merchant soldiers and groups moving south from the steppe. One of the most important defensive regions lay near the Caspian Sea, where narrow passages connected the northern plains with the Iranian world. Walls, gates, and military settlements attempted to control this movement. Such projects demanded labor from nearby communities. Workers cut stone, transported timber, and prepared food for soldiers stationed far from major cities. The frontier was not simply a line on a map. It was a live landscape of forts, villages, grazing grounds, and roads. Kavad's renewed reign also brought another war with the Roman Empire. The Roman East had become part of the Byzantine Empire centered on Constantinople. Its rulers still considered themselves Roman emperors, though the language and culture of the Eastern court were increasingly Greek. The immediate cause of conflict involved money and frontier politics. Kavad needed resources partly because of obligations to the Hephthalites. He requested financial assistance from Emperor Anastasius, presenting the payment as support for defenses that protected both empires from northern peoples. Anastasius refused. War followed in 502 CE. Kavad moved into Roman territory and captured the city of Theodosiopolis. He then approached Amida, the same fortress that had resisted Shapur II for more than 70 days. Amida again proved difficult. Its walls were strong, and winter conditions made the siege uncomfortable for both armies. Soldiers endured cold nights in temporary camps, while defenders watched the approaches from the towers. The city eventually fell through a combination of persistence and opportunity. Later accounts suggest that a section of the wall may have been poorly guarded, or that attackers gained entry by using hidden passages and ladders. Whatever the exact method, the capture brought valuable supplies and prestige. Roman forces later recovered the city after negotiations and payment. Neither empire gained a permanent advantage from the war. Both faced other pressures and eventually accepted peace. The conflict revealed a familiar pattern. A border city could change hands after enormous effort, only to return through treaty a few years later. The cost was carried by soldiers and residents whose homes stood near the frontier. When peace returned, damaged walls were repaired and markets reopened. Families who had fled gradually came back, though not all found their property intact. Kavad continued ruling for more than 3 decades after his restoration. During those years, his relationship with the Mazdakite movement changed. The social tensions that had made Mazdak popular had not disappeared. Poor communities still resented concentrated wealth, while the king still wanted to weaken aristocratic opposition. Yet the movement had grown beyond royal control. Some followers may have seized property or challenged established family arrangements. Even where the most dramatic accusations were false, the perception of disorder frightened many people who had initially supported reform. Kafad also needed a stable succession. Among his sons, he favored Khosrow, a prince known for intelligence and political skill. Khosrow's position was not guaranteed because other princes possessed support among different noble factions. The Mazdakites may have favored another candidate. This brought the movement into direct conflict with the future of the dynasty. Near the end of Kavad's reign, Khosrow and his allies moved against Mazdak and his leading followers. Later, sources describe a carefully arranged gathering that ended in mass execution. The details may have been dramatized, but the movement was clearly suppressed with violence. Mazdak himself was killed. His death did not erase the conditions that had produced his appeal. Inequality remained and reform continued, though it now came from the monarchy rather than from a religious movement. When Kavad died in 531, C.E. Khosrow I took the throne. He would later be remembered as Anushirvan, meaning the one with the immortal soul. Persian tradition often presented him as the model of a just king. Stories described him listening to complaints punishing corrupt officials and protecting ordinary people from abuse. These accounts grew more polished over time, but they reflected genuine reforms that strengthened the Sasanian state. Khosrow completed the land survey begun by his father. Taxes were now assessed more systematically according to the size and productivity of the land. Certain crops were valued differently, and payments were scheduled at regular times. A separate tax was placed on adult men according to social and economic position. Priests, soldiers, and some officials could receive exemptions while farming, and urban households carried much of the burden. The new system was not light for everyone. A carefully organized tax could still be difficult for a poor family, yet it reduced the arbitrary power of local collectors and allowed the government to predict revenue more accurately. Khosrow also reorganized military command. Earlier, kings had often depended on one supreme commander for much of the army. Such a position carried danger because a successful general might gain enough support to threaten the throne. The empire was therefore divided into several military regions, each supervised by its own commander. This arrangement allowed forces to respond more quickly to threats in different directions. It also prevented one officer from controlling the entire military structure. The western frontier faced Byzantium. The north required defenses against peoples beyond the Caucasus. The east remained exposed to Central Asian powers, while the south included the Persian Gulf and routes toward Arabia. No single commander could manage all of these regions effectively. The reforms created a more professional state, though the great noble families remained important. Khosrow could not remove them without damaging the cavalry system and provincial administration. Instead, he encouraged the rise of a broader class of lesser landholding warriors known as Khans. These local elites managed estates and served the government. They were less powerful than the greatest aristocratic houses, and therefore more dependent upon the crown. The Deccans would later play a major role in preserving Iranian culture after the fall of the Sasanian Empire. They kept local genealogies, stories, and memories of royal tradition. Under Khosrow, they helped connect villages and districts with the central government. The king also invested in learning. His court became associated with the translation of works from Greek, Syriac, and Indian traditions. Physicians, philosophers, and scholars found support in Sasanian territory. When the Byzantine Emperor Justinian closed the philosophical schools of Athens in 529 CE, a small group of Greek philosophers traveled east and briefly sought protection at Khosrow's court. They did not remain permanently, but their journey contributed to the king's reputation as a patron of knowledge. Gunde Shapur continued growing as a center of medicine and study. Scholars from different backgrounds worked there using languages that included Middle Persian, Greek, and Syriac. Medical knowledge from several traditions gradually came together. This exchange did not happen inside one grand institution in the modern sense. It developed through court patronage hospitals, religious schools, and networks of individual teachers. Patients arrived with injuries, fevers, and chronic illnesses familiar to every age. Physicians observed symptoms and prescribed remedies drawn from plants' diet and earlier texts. Some treatments were effective, while others reflected assumptions that would later change. The value of Gunde Shapur lay partly in its openness to more than one intellectual tradition. Khosrow's interest in India also entered Persian memory through the story of the physician Borzuya. According to later accounts, Borzuya traveled to India in search of a miraculous plant said to restore the dead. He discovered that the story referred not to a physical herb, but to wisdom preserved in books. He returned with a collection of animal fables that became known in Persian as Kalila and Dimna. The story was probably shaped by literary tradition, yet the text truly did travel between languages and cultures. Its tales used animals to explore friendship, betrayal, government, and human weakness. Such stories suited royal courts because advice could be offered indirectly. A dangerous truth placed in the mouth of a fox or lion could be heard more safely than a criticism spoken directly to a king. Khosrau's court valued this kind of instruction. Justice was presented as the foundation of kingship. A ruler who protected agriculture and restrained corrupt officials increased the wealth of the state. A ruler who allowed abuse destroyed the source of his own revenue. This idea became known through the image of the circle of justice. The king required an army. The army required taxes. Taxes depended upon farmers. Farmers required justice and security. The circle returned to the king. It was a simple political lesson, but it captured the practical relationship between government and ordinary life. Khosrau's reign was not peaceful. Soon after taking the throne, he inherited a war with Justinian. The two rulers eventually agreed to what was called the Eternal Peace in 532 CE. The name proved optimistic. Both empires used the pause to address other concerns. Justinian turned westward, where his generals attempted to recover former Roman lands in North Africa and Italy. Khosrau watched these successes with concern. A stronger Byzantine Empire could eventually concentrate greater resources against Persia. War resumed in 540 CE. Khosrau invaded Syria and captured Antioch, one of the largest cities in the Byzantine East. The city was wealthy and strategically important, but its defenses could not withstand the Sasanian assault. Many inhabitants were taken east. Near Ctesiphon, Khosrau established a new settlement for them. It became known as a Better Antioch of Khosrau, though the displaced residents probably experienced it less poetically. The new city was built to resemble aspects of their former home. Captives received places to live and continued practicing their crafts. Some may have appreciated the attempt to create familiarity. Others would have remembered the streets and churches they had lost. Population transfer remained one of the Sasanian methods for moving skills and labor into the empire. The wars continued in changing forms for many years. Fighting occurred in Mesopotamia and the Caucasus. Lazica, a kingdom near the eastern Black Sea, became another region where Persian and Byzantine interests collided. The local rulers shifted alliances according to which empire seemed less threatening. Neither Constantinople nor Ctesiphon could fully control the mountain passes without cooperation from people who lived there. In the east, Khosrau faced an older danger. The Hephthalites still dominated parts of Central Asia and carried the memory of Peraz's disastrous defeat. Their power had once forced the Sasanians to pay tribute. By the middle of the 6th century, a new confederation known as the Turks had expanded across the steppe. Khosrow formed an alliance with them against the Hephthalites. Sasanian and Turkish forces attacked from different directions. The Hephthalite kingdom was defeated, and its territory was divided between the victors. The victory removed a threat that had burdened Iran for generations. It also created a new neighbor. The Turks now controlled lands beyond the northeastern frontier and possessed their own interests in the trade routes of Central Asia. An ally useful against one enemy could become a rival soon afterward. Khosrow strengthened the frontier and managed the new relationship through diplomacy. Envoys traveled between courts carrying gifts and discussing trade. Silk remained especially important. Byzantium wanted direct access to Eastern silk without depending entirely upon Persian merchants. Persia benefited from controlling the routes through which much of that trade passed. Commerce therefore became part of political rivalry. Far to the south, Sasanian influence reached Yemen. The kingdom there had become connected to a larger struggle involving Ethiopia, Byzantium, and trade through the Red Sea. A local ruler asked Khosrow for assistance against Ethiopian control. The king sent a relatively small expedition under a commander named Vahriz. The Sasanian force succeeded, and Yemen entered the Persian sphere of influence. This gave Iran a position near the entrance to the Red Sea and strengthened connections with Indian Ocean trade. Sasanian settlers remained in the region and formed families with local populations. Their descendants would still be present when Arabia entered a new religious and political age in the following century. Despite these distant campaigns, Khosrow's deepest legacy remained administrative. He made the empire more regular. Officials worked within clearer districts. Taxes arrived according to more predictable schedules, and military commands were distributed across the frontiers. Royal power became less dependent upon the personality of one great noble. The court also became richer in ceremony. Visitors approaching the king passed through several levels of officials. Curtains and distance concealed the ruler until the proper moment, increasing the sense that royal presence belonged to a separate sphere. The crown represented more than personal decoration. It identified the king as the center of the Iranian world. Behind the display, the daily work of government remained patient and repetitive. Scribes copied orders onto parchment or prepared letters for provincial officials. Couriers carried sealed messages along roads where relay stations provided fresh animals. Accountants compared tax records and investigated shortages. A missing payment might reflect corruption, drought, or an error made years earlier. Each possibility required a different response. In villages, the reforms were felt through people rather than policies. A surveyor arrived with assistance and measuring cords. A tax official explained the amount due after harvest. A local dehkan mediated between farming families and the distant court. When the system worked, disputes could be resolved without violence. When it failed, families still suffered from demands they could not meet. No ancient government possessed perfect knowledge of every field and household. Khosrau's reputation for justice was therefore an ideal as much as a description. Yet, ideals mattered. They gave officials a standard against which conduct could be judged. A governor accused of abusing the population could not easily claim that cruelty was the purpose of royal authority. When Khosrau I died in 579 CE, he left behind an empire stronger than the one he had inherited. The treasury was more dependable, the army had been reorganized, and the eastern threat had been reduced. Persian culture had absorbed knowledge from several worlds while preserving a clear political identity of its own. His successors inherited these advantages. They also inherited the permanent rivalry with Byzantium and a court where noble families still watched every succession closely. The reforms had strengthened the monarchy, but they had not removed ambition. Within a few years, a gifted general named Bahram Choban would rise through victories on the eastern frontier. His reputation among the soldiers would grow until even the royal family began to fear him. At the same time, a young prince named Khosrau would be forced to flee his own kingdom and ask the Byzantine emperor for help. The empire created by Ardashir and renewed by Khosrau I was approaching its most brilliant triumphs. It was also moving toward wars that would exhaust both Persia and Rome beyond anything earlier generations had known. Bahram Choban and the return of Khosrau. The second. The death of Khosrau I in 579 CE brought another change to the Sasanian throne. His son Hormizd IV inherited a state that had become stronger through decades of reform. Yet he also inherited a court filled with powerful men who remembered how much influence their families had once possessed. Hormizd understood the danger of allowing the great nobles to recover their former independence. He also distrusted senior priests who expected the monarchy to protect their privileges without question. His reign therefore continued his father's effort to strengthen the crown, though he pursued that goal with less patience. Later sources described Hormizd as severe and suspicious. Some of these accounts were written by people who supported his enemies, so they cannot be accepted without caution. Even so, it appears that he removed several high-ranking nobles and punished officials whom he believed had abused their authority. To poorer subjects, a king willing to restrain powerful landowners may have seemed just. To the aristocracy, the same actions appeared threatening. The empire's political balance began to narrow around the throne. A Sasanian ruler needed nobles to provide cavalry and administrators. He also needed experienced commanders who could respond quickly when danger appeared along the frontiers. Hormizd tried to control these men while continuing to depend upon them. Their contradiction became especially dangerous in the east. The defeat of the Hephthalites under Khosrow I had not brought lasting peace to Central Asia. New Turkish powers had expanded into the region and now controlled routes once held by older confederations. Their leaders understood the value of the trade roads crossing northeastern Iran, and they were willing to use military pressure to secure greater influence. Around the late 580s, a large eastern force entered Sasanian territory. Hormizd entrusted the defense of the frontier to a general named Bahram Choban. Bahram belonged to the House of Mihran, one of the ancient Parthian noble families that had survived the rise of the Sasanians. His ancestry gave him prestige, but his reputation came largely from military skill. He understood mounted warfare and the difficulties of campaigning across the eastern frontier. His soldiers trusted him because he shared the hardships of the march and appeared capable of making decisions without unnecessary delay. Bahram met the invading army and defeated it. The victory was important. It protected the northeastern provinces and restored confidence after years of uncertainty along the frontier. Reports of the success traveled toward the royal court, where officials announced that the enemy had been driven back. Bahram became one of the most celebrated commanders in the empire. His growing reputation should have strengthened Hormizd's reign. Instead, it made the king uneasy. A general admired by his soldiers could become more dangerous than a noble who remained on his estate. Bahram commanded men who had fought beside him, and he belonged to a family with memories of authority reaching back into the Parthian age. The court soon sent him to another frontier. In the Caucasus, Sasanian forces faced Byzantine pressure and resistance from local rulers. Bahram's campaign there did not bring the same success as his eastern victories. His army suffered a setback, though it was not serious enough to erase his earlier achievements. Hormizd responded with a public insult. Later tradition claimed that the king sent Bahram women's clothing or a spindle, suggesting that the general had behaved without courage. Whether the gift was exactly as described, the story preserved the memory of a deliberate humiliation. In a society where rank and honor held great importance, such treatment could destroy the relationship between a commander and his king. Bahram had defeated a major invasion. He had protected the empire. Now the court appeared to dismiss his service because of one unsuccessful campaign. His soldiers shared his anger. They had marched through difficult country and endured long months away from home. Many believed that the king had insulted not only their commander, but the army that followed him. Bahram rebelled. The decision was extraordinary because he did not belong to the Sasanian royal house. For more than 3 centuries, kingship had remained within the dynasty descended from Ardashir. A noble could support one prince against another. He might even control the government behind a weak ruler. Claiming the crown for himself crossed a much deeper boundary. Bahram justified his rebellion partly through his noble ancestry. The house of Mihran was connected to the Parthian past, and later traditions suggested that he presented himself as restoring an older order. Whatever public argument he used, his immediate strength came from the army. Soldiers followed him westward. News of the rebellion reached Ctesiphon and deepened opposition already forming around Hormizd. His relatives and senior nobles feared both the advancing general and the king's continued efforts to limit their influence. A palace conspiracy moved first. Hormizd was removed from power, blinded, and later killed. His son Khosrow was placed on the throne in 590 CE. The new ruler became known as Khosrow II. He was young and had little time to establish authority before Bahram approached the capital. The general did not accept the change of king because his revolt had already become larger than a personal dispute with Hormizd. Bahram now intended to rule. Khosrow gathered loyal forces and attempted resistance, but his position remained weak. Some nobles waited to see which side would prevail. Others had supported his elevation only because they needed a royal figure around whom to organize opposition to Bahram. When the military situation turned against him, Khosrow fled. He traveled westward with a small group of relatives and loyal officials. The journey carried him toward territory controlled by the Byzantine Empire. For a Sasanian king, requesting foreign assistance was deeply uncomfortable. Persia and Byzantium had spent generations competing over Armenia and Mesopotamia. Their armies had captured one another's cities, and their courts presented themselves as the two rightful centers of the civilized world. Khosrow, nevertheless, needed help. The Byzantine emperor at the time was Maurice. Maurice had spent much of his reign dealing with war against Persia and pressure along other frontiers. Supporting Khosrow offered him an opportunity that military campaigns alone had not provided. A restored Sasanian king would owe his throne partly to Constantinople. Negotiations followed. Khosrow promised territorial concessions in Armenia and along parts of the Mesopotamian frontier. In return, Maurice agreed to provide soldiers and political recognition. The agreement was practical for both men. Maurice gained the possibility of securing a favorable eastern settlement. Khosrow gained the army required to challenge Bahram. The young Persian king was treated with respect at the Byzantine court. Christian writers later described the relationship warmly, sometimes suggesting that Khosrow developed a close personal bond with Maurice. The exact depth of that friendship is difficult to know. Royal alliances were shaped by interest as much as affection. Still, Maurice chose to trust him. While Khosrow remained in exile, Bahram entered Ctesiphon and assumed the crown. He ruled as Bahram VI, presenting himself as king despite the absence of Sasanian ancestry. His court attempted to establish normal government. Coins were issued in his name, officials received new commands, and provincial authorities had to decide whether to recognize him. For ordinary people, the change may first have appeared through silver currency or the name placed at the beginning of an official document. The fields still required water and markets opened as they had before. Yet everyone understood that the throne was disputed. Some noble families supported Bahram because they admired his military success or disliked the Sasanian court. Others feared that accepting him would permanently break the principle of dynastic kingship. Religious tradition also favored a ruler who could claim the sacred glory associated with the house of Ardashir. Bahram's authority remained strongest among the soldiers who had followed him. It was less secure in regions where governors and noble houses had long-standing ties to the Sasanian family. Khosrow returned with Byzantine assistance. The combined force included Persian supporters, Armenian troops and soldiers provided by Maurice. Their presence revealed how thoroughly the political world of the frontier had become intertwined. Men who had recently faced one another across fortified borders now marched toward the same objective. The decisive campaigns unfolded in northwestern Iran. Bahram's army remained formidable, but the coalition supporting Khosrow gradually gained the advantage. Some nobles who had hesitated began moving toward the prince once his restoration appeared possible. Loyalty often followed expectations. A family that supported the losing side risked losing estates and political influence. The return of a legitimate Sasanian ruler therefore encouraged defections from Bahram's cause. In 591, C.A. Bahram was defeated near the Blarathon River. He fled eastward, seeking refuge among the Turks. For a time, he lived under the protection of a foreign court, much as Khosrow had done in Byzantium. His military ability still made him valuable, but it also made him dangerous. Not long afterward, Bahram was assassinated. Later sources connected his death to Sasanian diplomacy, though the details remain uncertain. His rebellion had failed, yet its memory survived. Bahram Choban became another figure who passed from history into epic tradition. Later, storytellers remembered him as a brilliant commander, betrayed by an ungrateful king. His attempt to seize the throne was condemned, but his courage and skill were often admired. Khosrow II returned to Ctesiphon as the restored king of kings. The terms agreed with Maurice were honored. Byzantium received territory and influence in Armenia, while the long Eastern War came to an end. For the first time in many years, the frontier between the two empires became relatively peaceful. This allowed trade and local life to recover. Merchants crossed between Persian and Byzantine cities with fewer interruptions. Roads that had carried armies now carried textiles, wine metalwork, and grain. Families, separated by the frontier, could travel with greater safety, while officials marked new boundaries according to the agreement. Khosrow had regained his throne, but his position at court still required careful management. The nobles who helped restore him expected rewards. Byzantine support had also created suspicion among people who feared foreign influence. The king responded by building a court of impressive wealth and ceremony. Later, Persian tradition remembered Khosrow II by the title Parviz, often understood as the victorious. His palaces became associated with luxury. Musicians, poets, hunters, and craftsmen gathered around the royal household. Precious textiles decorated halls, while silver vessels appeared at formal meals. The king's image on coins showed an increasingly elaborate crown. Such display was not merely personal indulgence, it communicated that the monarchy had survived rebellion and returned with greater splendor. A ruler once forced to flee now wished to appear beyond challenge. The court included Christians as well as Zoroastrians. One of the most influential women in Khosrow's life was Shirin, remembered in later literature as a Christian queen of exceptional beauty and intelligence. Her historical background remains debated, and later poets transformed her life into a romantic story. Within the actual court, her religious identity reflected the empire's diversity. Christian officials and physicians could serve close to the king, even though Zoroastrianism remained tied to the monarchy. Khosrow also supported churches and Christian institutions in certain circumstances. His tolerance may have come partly from personal relationships. It was also politically useful in an empire containing large Christian populations. Another important figure was the court musician, Barbad. Later accounts described him as a master whose compositions organized music according to days, weeks, and months. Although the precise system may have been embellished, his name became inseparable from the memory of Sasanian court culture. Music accompanied royal meals and private gatherings. A skilled performer could change the atmosphere of a room without speaking directly about politics. Songs preserved stories of ancient kings, heroic battles, and lost loves. Some melodies may have been performed repeatedly until their origins were forgotten. The court also celebrated hunting. Royal hunting grounds were carefully managed landscapes where the king demonstrated control over animals and terrain. Noble companions rode beside him, allowing political relationships to develop away from formal ceremonies. Hunting reliefs and silver vessels showed rulers pursuing boar, deer, and other game. The scenes presented the king as calm and balanced, even when surrounded by movement. His skill over nature mirrored his claimed ability to govern society. Beyond the palace, the empire's strength still rested upon agriculture and taxation. Khosrow inherited the administrative system developed by his grandfather. Land assessments continued providing regular revenue, while dehqans helped manage local districts. The king rewarded supporters with estates and appointments, though he had to avoid allowing any one family to become as powerful as Bahram Choban had been. The memory of the rebellion remained close. Commanders were honored, but they were also watched. Military regions continued operating under separate leaders so that no single general could easily command the entire army. The peace with Byzantium reduced immediate pressure in the west, but the empire still faced other responsibilities. The Caucasus required garrisons, and Eastern diplomacy remained complicated. Arab allies also played an important role along the desert frontier. For generations, the Lakhmid kingdom at Al-Hira had protected Sasanian Mesopotamia from raids. Its rulers understood tribal politics and controlled routes between the Euphrates and the Arabian interior. Khosrow eventually removed the last major Lakhmid king Al-Nu'man III. The reasons involved court suspicion, personal conflict, and concerns about loyalty. Later stories described Al-Nu'man refusing a royal marriage proposal or becoming the victim of false accusations. Whatever the immediate cause, the decision ended a valuable buffer state. Sasanian officials attempted to govern the region more directly. In the short term, this may have appeared to strengthen royal authority. In practice, it exposed the frontier to tribal movement without the experienced local dynasty that had once managed it. The consequences were not immediately clear. For the moment, Khosrow's rule appeared secure. The king owed his restoration to Maurice, and relations with Byzantium remained peaceful as long as the emperor lived. In Constantinople, however, Maurice faced growing difficulties. His empire had spent heavily on war. Soldiers stationed along the Danube endured harsh conditions while the government attempted to reduce expenses. In 602, CE troops rebelled under an officer named Phocas. Maurice fled the capital but was captured. He and several members of his family were executed. Phocas became emperor. The news reached Khosrow through diplomatic channels and travelers moving eastward. For the Persian king, Maurice's death carried both personal and political meaning. The man who had helped restore him was gone. A new emperor ruled through military revolt, and the agreement between the two courts no longer seemed secure. Khosrow declared that he would avenge Maurice. He also supported a young man who claimed to be Maurice's surviving son, though many historians believe the claimant was an impostor. The justification gave Khosrow a respectable reason to begin war. It also offered a rare opportunity. The Byzantine Empire was divided, its emperor unpopular, and its armies uncertain. Khosrow could present himself as the defender of legitimate kingship while recovering the territories he had surrendered in exchange for his throne. Sasanian forces began moving west. At first, the campaign resembled earlier border wars. Fortresses were attacked, and cities waited to learn whether relief would arrive from Constantinople. The Byzantine government under Phocas struggled to organize an effective defense. Persian commanders advanced through Mesopotamia and Armenia. Some cities resisted, while others surrendered after realizing that imperial assistance was unlikely. Khosrow's armies continued farther than earlier Sasanian forces had usually managed. The king remained in his own territory while trusted generals directed campaigns across the frontier. Among them were commanders such as Sharbaraz, whose name carried the meaning of the empire's boar, and Shahin, another experienced military leader. Their successes expanded the war. The conflict that began as revenge for Maurice gradually became an attempt to transform the political map of the Near East. For many soldiers, these ambitions remained distant. They experienced the war through long marches and changing seasons. Supplies had to be gathered before crossing dry regions, and horses needed rest after difficult roads. Camps formed outside fortified towns where soldiers cooked grain and repaired equipment, while engineers studied the walls. In Ctesiphon, scribes recorded the resources required by each army. Taxes and stored goods moved toward the west. Metal workers produced weapons, while textile workshops supplied clothing and tent fabric. The empire's administrative reforms now supported warfare on a scale earlier rulers could not have maintained easily. At first, victory seemed to justify the expense. Byzantine defenses weakened and Persian influence spread across lands that had remained beyond Sasanian control for centuries. Yet, the deeper the armies advanced, the longer the supply lines became. Each captured city required a garrison. Every new province brought unfamiliar communities whose cooperation could not be assumed. The war was only beginning. Its early successes would carry Persian armies to Syria, Egypt, and the shores of the Mediterranean. For a brief moment, Khosrau II would appear close to restoring an empire as broad as that of the ancient Achaemenid kings. The achievement would be magnificent. Its cost would be greater than anyone at the royal court yet understood. The fall of the Sasanian Empire. The Sasanian Empire had survived Roman invasions, court conspiracies, religious disputes, and wars along nearly every frontier. Its rulers had built one of the most powerful states of the ancient world, but by the early 7th century, the strength beneath its royal ceremony had begun to fade. Khosrau II had once appeared almost unstoppable. His armies captured Jerusalem, entered Egypt, and reached the shores of the Mediterranean. Persian commanders stood within territories that earlier Sasanian kings had only dreamed of controlling. Those victories, however, required enormous resources. Soldiers remained far from home for years. Horses, weapons, grain, and silver had to move across long roads. Captured cities needed garrisons, while local populations rarely accepted new rulers without hesitation. The empire had expanded faster than it could comfortably govern. The Byzantine Emperor Heraclius responded with a series of campaigns that brought the war back toward Iran. Rather than defending every western city, he moved through Armenia and the Caucasus, striking regions important to the Sasanian state. Persian armies followed him, but could not force a final victory. The war gradually changed direction. In 627 CE, Heraclius defeated a Sasanian force near Nineveh. The battle did not immediately destroy Persian military power, but it exposed the weakness of Khosrau's position. The king had demanded years of sacrifice from the empire. Now, the enemy was approaching the royal heartland, and the victories that once justified the cost had disappeared. Confidence at court collapsed. Nobles and commanders who had obeyed Khosrau during the years of expansion began to fear that his decisions would ruin the state. A conspiracy removed him from power, and his son Kavad II took the throne. Khosrau was imprisoned and killed. The change brought an end to the long war. Kavad agreed to return the territories conquered from Byzantium and released prisoners. Heraclius recovered the sacred objects taken from Jerusalem, while Persian armies withdrew from lands they had occupied for years. Peace returned, but it came too late to restore the empire easily. Kavad II died after ruling only a few months, possibly during a devastating epidemic. His death opened a period of rapid succession in which princes, generals, and royal women competed for control. Several rulers occupied the throne within only a few years. Some were children. Others depended upon powerful military families or provincial commanders. Two daughters of Khosrow II Boran and Azarmidokht also became queens during this troubled period. Their reigns reveal how desperate the succession crisis had become. The dynasty still carried enormous symbolic authority, but it could no longer produce a stable ruler accepted by the leading families. Documents continued to be issued in royal names, yet many provinces acted with increasing independence. Tax revenue weakened because war and disease had reduced the population. Agricultural land had been damaged, and irrigation systems required repairs that the government could no longer organize consistently. In Mesopotamia, villages that once supported large armies now struggled to recover. Farmers returned to fields when possible, but many households had lost workers' animals or stored grain. The court still possessed ceremonial splendor. Silver coins carried the image of the ruler and officials, preserved the language of ancient kingship. Yet the government behind those symbols had become fragile. Eventually, a young prince named Yazdegerd III was placed on the throne. He belonged to the Sasanian family, but he inherited little of the authority once enjoyed by Ardashir Shapur or Khosrow I. Much of the real power remained with generals and regional nobles. Yazdegerd was still attempting to restore unity when a new force emerged from Arabia. For generations, the Sasanian court had viewed Arabia mainly through border tribes, trade routes, and allied kingdoms. The rise of Islam changed that political landscape with remarkable speed. After the death of the Prophet Muhammad, Arab armies moved beyond the peninsula. Their leaders entered both Byzantine and Sasanian territory at a moment when the two old empires were exhausted from war. The early campaigns did not appear certain to succeed. Sasanian forces still possessed armored cavalry, experienced officers, and fortified cities. Arab armies were smaller and operated in unfamiliar territory. Yet they moved quickly and carried fewer logistical burdens. Many of their soldiers had grown accustomed to desert travel. They understood how to survive with limited supplies and could move between regions before a large Sasanian army had fully gathered. The first serious fighting occurred in Iraq, where Arab forces challenged Persian control over Mesopotamia. Local commanders resisted, and several battles produced uncertain results. The Sasanian court struggled to coordinate its response because political rivalries remained unresolved. A major confrontation came at Al-Qadisiyah, probably in the 630s. The Persian army was led by Rostam Farrokhzad, one of the empire's most important commanders. He brought cavalry, infantry, and war elephants onto the field. The battle lasted several days. Dust heat and confusion made communication difficult. The elephants initially unsettled Arab horses, but their effect declined after soldiers learned how to attack the animals and their handlers. Rostam was killed during the fighting. Without its commander, the Sasanian army lost organization and withdrew. The defeat opened the road toward Ctesiphon. The royal capital had stood beside the Tigris for centuries. Parthian and Sasanian kings had governed from its palaces, while merchants and officials filled the surrounding cities. Yazdegerd abandoned the capital before the Arab army arrived. Ctesiphon was captured and its treasuries fell into new hands. The great palace arch remained above the river plain, but the court that had once filled its halls had moved eastward. The loss of the capital did not immediately end resistance. Yazdegerd traveled between provinces seeking troops and support from noble families. Some commanders continued fighting while others negotiated separately with the invaders. The final major Sasanian defeat came at Nahavand in 642 CE. Later, Muslim tradition called it the victory of victories because it broke the empire's ability to organize large-scale resistance. Afterward, Arab armies advanced across the Iranian plateau. Conquest did not occur everywhere at the same speed. Some cities surrendered through agreements that protected property and local worship in exchange for taxes. Others resisted and suffered sieges. Mountain regions remained difficult to control, while local rulers sometimes preserved authority for years. For ordinary people, the change often appeared gradually. A new official arrived to collect revenue. Arabic names began appearing beside older Persian forms. Soldiers occupied a nearby town, yet village routines continued around planting and water. Zoroastrian temples remained active, though their political position changed. Christian and Jewish communities also adjusted to new rulers. The conquest introduced Islam, but Iran did not become entirely Muslim at once. Conversion unfolded over generations. Many families continued practicing older religions, while others adopted the new faith for spiritual, social, or economic reasons. Persian language and culture also survived, though they changed through contact with Arabic. Yazdegerd continued moving eastward, hoping to gather support. He reached the region of Merv, far from the palaces where Sasanian kings had once held court. In 651 CE, he was killed under uncertain circumstances, perhaps after seeking shelter at a mill. The last king of kings died without an army and without a capital. His death ended the Sasanian dynasty, but it did not end the story of Iran. The administrative habits of the old empire survived in new governments. Persian officials continued serving as scribes and tax collectors. Court traditions influenced later Islamic rulers, while stories of ancient kings passed into poetry and historical memory. Centuries later, the Shahnameh would preserve a grand vision of Iran's legendary and historical past. Its stories would carry echoes of Sasanian courts, Parthian heroes, and much older traditions into a new age. The empire disappeared, but the civilization beneath it remained. Languages changed, religions shifted, and new dynasties rose. Still, the long memory of Iran continued through families, books, festivals, and stories told beside evening fires. And this is where we will leave our journey for tonight. Thank you for traveling with me through the long history of ancient Iran, from the first settlements and early kingdoms to the final days of the Sasanian court. May the roads now grow quiet. May the palace lamps fade gently into the distance, and may the last footsteps of our story carry you toward peaceful sleep. Good night, sleep well, and I will see you again in the next video.